Second Book of Moses, Kaflid Exodus. These are the names of the children of Israel which came to Egypt with Jacob, every man with his household: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zabulon, Benjamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Aser. All the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70, and Joseph was in Egypt already. When Joseph was dead, and all his brethren and all that generation, the children of Israel grew, increased, multiplied, and waxed exceeding mighty, so that the land was full of them. Then there rose up a new king in Egypt, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his folk, Behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us play wisely with them, lest they multiply, and then, if there chance any war, they join themselves unto our enemies and fight against us, and so get them out of the land. And he set taskmasters over them to keep them under with burthens. And they built unto Pharaoh Treasure cities, Phyton and Ramses. But the more they vexed them, the more they multiplied and grew, so that they abhorred the children of Israel. And the Egyptians held the children of Israel in bondage without mercy, and made their lives bitter unto them with cruel labor in clay and brick, and all manner work in the fields, and in all manner of service, which they caused them to work cruelly. And the king of Egypt said unto the midwives of the Hebrews women, of which the one's name was Sephora and the other Phua, When ye midwife the women of the Hebrews, and see in the birth time that it is a boy, kill it. But if it be a maid, let it live. Notwithstanding the midwives feared God, and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the men children. Then the king of Egypt called for the midwives, and said unto them, Why have ye dealt on this manner, and have saved the men children? And the midwives answered Pharaoh, that the Hebrews women were not as the women of Egypt, but were sturdy women, and were delivered ere the midwives came at them. And God therefore dealt well with the midwives. And the people multiplied, and waxed very mighty. And because the midwives feared God, he made them houses. Then Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, All the men children that are born cast into the river, and save the maid children alive. And there went a man of the house of Levi, and took a daughter of Levi. And the wife conceived and bare a son. And when she saw that it was a proper child, she hid him 3 months long. And when she could no longer hide him, she took a basket of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and pitch, and laid the child therein, and put it in the flags by the river's brink. And his sister stood afar off, to wait what would come of it. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to the river to wash herself, and her maidens walked along by the river's side. And when she saw the basket among the flags, she sent one of her maids, and caused it to be fetched. And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on it, and said, It is one of the Hebrews' children. Then said his sister unto Pharaoh's daughter, Shall go and call unto thee a nurse of the Hebrews' women to nurse the child. And the maid ran and called the child's mother. Then Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, Take this child away, and nurse it for me, and will reward thee for thy labor. And the woman took the child, and nursed it up. And when the child was grown, she brought it unto Pharaoh's daughter, and it was made her son. And she called it Moses, because, said she, took him out of the water. And it happened in these days, when Moses was waxed great, that he went out unto his brethren, and looked on their burthens, and spied an Egyptian smiting one of his brethren, an Hebrew. And he looked round about, and when he saw that there was no man by, he slew the Egyptian, and hid him in the sand. And he went out another day, and behold, 2 Hebrews strove together. And he said unto him that did the wrong, Wherefore smitest thou thy neighbor? And he answered, Who hath made thee a ruler or a judge over us? Intendest thou to kill me as thou killedst the Egyptian? Then Moses feared, and said, Of a surety the thing is known. And Pharaoh heard of it, and went about to slay Moses. But he fled from Pharaoh, and dwelt in the land of Madian, and he sat down by a well's side. The priest of Madian had 7 daughters, which came and drew water, and filled the troughs, for to water their father's sheep. And the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moses stood up and helped them, and watered their sheep. And when they came to Ragel their Ephah, there he said, How happeneth it that ye are come so soon today? And they answered, There was an Egyptian that delivered us from the shepherds, and so drew us water, and watered the sheep. And he said unto his daughters, Where is he? Why have ye left the man? Go call him, that he may eat bread. And Moses was content to dwell with the man. And he gave Moses Zipporah his daughter, which bare a son, and he called him Gerson. For he said, Have been a stranger in a strange land. And she bare yet another son, whom he called Eliezer, saying, The God of my father is mine helper, and hath rid me out of the hands of Pharaoh. And it chanced in process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by the reason of labour, and cried. And their complaint came up unto God from the labour. And God remembered his promise with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And God looked upon the children of Israel, and knew them. Moses kept the sheep of Jethro his father-in-law, priest of Madian. And he drove the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountain of God, Horeb. And the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of a bush. And he perceived that the bush burned with fire, and consumed not. Then Moses said, We'll go hence and see this great sight, how it cometh that the bush burneth not. And when the Lord saw that he came for to see, he called unto him out of the bush, and said, Moses, Moses. And he answered, Here am. And he said, Come not hither, but put thy shoes off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground. And he said, Am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob? And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon God. Then the Lord said, Have surely seen the trouble of my people which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry which they have of their taskmasters. For know their sorrow, and am come down to deliver them out of the hands of the Egyptians, and to bring them out of that land unto a good land and a large, and unto a land that floweth with milk and honey, even unto the place of the Canaanites, Hethites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and of the Jebusites. Now therefore, behold, the complaint of the children of Israel is come unto me, and have also seen the oppression, wherewith the Egyptians oppress them. But come, we'll send thee unto Pharaoh, that thou mayst bring my people the children of Israel out of Egypt. And Moses said unto God, What am to go to Pharaoh, and to bring the children of Israel out of Egypt? And he said, Will be with thee, and this shall be a token unto thee that have sent thee. After that thou hast brought the people out of Egypt, ye shall serve God upon this mountain. Then said Moses unto God, When come unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, The God of your fathers hath sent me unto you, and they say unto me, What is his name? What answer shall give them? Then said God unto Moses, Will be what will be. And he said, This shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, Will be did send me to you. And God spake further unto Moses, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, The Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob hath sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial throughout all generations. Go therefore and gather the elders of Israel together, and say unto them, The Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, appeared unto me and said, Have been and seen both you and that which is done to you in Egypt, and have said it that will bring you out of the tribulation of Egypt unto the land of the Canaanites, Hethites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, even a land that floweth with milk and honey. If it come to pass that they hear thy voice, then go, both thou and the elders of Israel, unto the king of Egypt, and say unto him, The Lord God of the Hebrews hath met with us. Let us go therefore 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice unto the Lord our God. Notwithstanding, am sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go, except it be with a mighty hand. Yea, and will therefore stretch out mine hand, and smite Egypt with all my wonders which will do therein. And after that he will let you go, and will get this people favour in the sight of the Egyptians, so that when ye go ye shall not go empty. But every wife shall borrow of her neighbouress, and of her that sojourneth in her house, jewels of silver and of gold and raiment. And ye shall put them on your sons and daughters, and shall rob the Egyptians. Moses answered and said, See, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice, but will say, The Lord hath not appeared unto thee. Then the Lord said unto him, What is that in thine hand? And he said, A rod. And he said, Cast it on the ground, and it turned unto a serpent. And Moses ran away from it. And the Lord said unto Moses, Put forth thine hand, and take it by the tail. And he put forth his hand, and caught it, and it became a rod again in his hand, that they may believe that the Lord God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, hath appeared unto thee. And the Lord said furthermore unto him, Thrust thine hand into thy bosom. And he thrust his hand into his bosom, and took it out. And behold, his hand was leprous, even as snow. And he said, Put thine hand into thy bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom, and behold, it was turned again as his other flesh. If they will not believe thee, neither hear the voice of the first to ken, yet will they believe the voice of the second token. And if they will not believe the two signs, neither hearken unto thy voice, then take of the water of the river, and pour it upon the dry land. And the water which thou takest out of the river shall turn to blood upon the dry land. And Moses said unto the Lord, O my Lord, am not eloquent, no, not in times past, and namely since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, but am slow-mouthed and slow-tongued. And the Lord said unto him, Who hath made man's mouth, or who hath made the dumb or the deaf, the seeing or the blind? Have not the Lord? Go therefore, and will be with thy mouth, and teach thee what thou shalt say. And he said, O my Lord, send, pray thee, whom thou wilt. And the Lord was angry with Moses, and said, Know Aaron thy brother the Levite, that he can speak. And moreover, behold, he cometh out against thee, and when he seeth thee, he will be glad in his heart. And thou shalt speak unto him, and put the words in his mouth, and will be with thy mouth and with his mouth, and will teach you what ye shall do. And he shall be thy spokesman unto the people. He shall be thy mouth, and thou shalt be his God. And take this rod in thy hand, wherewith thou shalt do miracles, and other to meet. 2. Moses went and returned to Jethro his father-in-law again, and said unto him, Let me go, pray thee, and turn again unto my brethren which are in Egypt, that may see whether they be yet alive. And Jethro said to Moses, Go in peace. And the Lord said unto Moses in Madian, Return again into Egypt, for they are dead which went about to kill thee. And Moses took his wife and his sons, and put them on an ass, and went again to Egypt, and took the rod of God in his hand. And the Lord said unto Moses, When thou art come into Egypt again, see that thou do all the wonders before Pharaoh which have put in thy hand, but will harden his heart, so that he shall not let the people go. And tell Pharaoh, Thus saith the Lord, Israel is mine eldest son, and therefore saith unto thee, Let my son go, that he may serve me. If thou wilt not let him go, behold, will slay thine eldest son. And it chanced by the way in the inn that the Lord met him, and would have killed him. Then Zipporah took a stone, and circumcised her son, and fell at his feet, and said, A bloody husband art thou unto me. And he let him go. She said, A bloody husband, because of the circumcision. Then said the Lord unto Aaron, Go meet Moses in the wilderness. And he went and met him in the mount of God, and kissed him. And Moses told Aaron all the words of the Lord which he had sent by him, and all the tokens which he had charged him withal. So went Moses and Aaron, and gathered all the elders of the children of Israel. And Aaron told all the words which the Lord had spoken unto Moses, and did the miracles in the sight of the people, and the people believed. And when they heard that the Lord had visited the children of Israel, and had looked upon their tribulation, they bowed themselves and worshipped. Then Moses and Aaron went and told Pharaoh, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Let my people go, that they may keep holy day unto me in the wilderness. And Pharaoh answered, What fellow is the Lord, that should hear his voice for to let Israel go? No, not the Lord, neither will let Israel go. And they said, The God of the Hebrews hath met with us. Let us go, we pray thee, 3 days' journey into the desert, that we may sacrifice unto the Lord our God, lest he smite us either with pestilence or with sword. Then said the king of Egypt unto them, Wherefore do ye, Moses and Aaron, let the people from their work get you unto your labor? And Pharaoh said furthermore, Behold, there is much people in the land, and ye make them play, and let their work stand. And Pharaoh commanded the same day unto the taskmasters over the people, and unto the officers, saying, See that ye give the people no more straw to make brick withal, as ye did in time past. Let them go and gather them straw themselves, and the number of bricks which they were wont to make in time past lay unto their charge also, and minish nothing thereof. For they be idle, and therefore cry, saying, Let us go and do sacrifice unto our God. They must have more work laid upon them, that they may labor therein, and then will they not turn themselves to false words. Then went the taskmasters of the people and the officers out, and told the people, saying, Thus saith Pharaoh, We'll give you no more straw, but go yourselves and gather you straw where ye can find it. Yet shall none of your labor be minished. Then the people scattered abroad throughout all the land of Egypt, for to gather them stubble to be instead of straw. And the taskmasters hasted them forward, saying, Fulfill your work day by day, even as when straw was given you. And the officers of the children of Israel, which Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten. And it was said unto them, Wherefore have ye not fulfilled your task in making brick, both yesterday and today, as well as in times past? Then went the officers of the children of Israel, and complained unto Pharaoh, saying, Wherefore dealest thou thus with thy servants? There is no straw given unto thy servants, and yet they say unto us, Make brick. And lo, thy servants are beaten, and thy people is foul entreated. And he answered, Idle are ye idle, and therefore ye say, Let us go and do sacrifice unto the Lord. Go therefore and work, for there shall no straw be given you, and yet see that ye deliver the whole tale of brick. When the officers of the children of Israel saw themselves in shrewd case, in that he said, Ye shall minish nothing of your daily making of brick, then they met Moses and Aaron standing in their way as they came out from Pharaoh, and said unto them, The Lord look unto you and judge, for ye have made the savour of us stink in the sight of Pharaoh and of his servants, and have put a sword into their hands to slay us. Moses returned unto the Lord and said, Lord, wherefore dealest thou cruelly with this people? And wherefore hast thou sent me? For since came to Pharaoh to speak in thy name, he hath fared foul with this folk, and yet thou hast not delivered thy people at all. Then the Lord said unto Moses, Now shalt thou see what will do unto Pharaoh, for with a mighty hand shall he let them go, and with a mighty hand shall he drive them out of his land. And God spake unto Moses, saying unto him, Am the Lord, and appeared unto Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, an almighty God. But in my name Jehovah was not known unto them. Moreover made an appointment with them to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage wherein they were strangers, and have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, because the Egyptians keep them in bondage, and have remembered my promise. Wherefore say unto the children of Israel, Am the Lord, and will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians, and will rid you out of their bondage, and will deliver you with a stretched out arm and with great judgments, and will take you for my plea, and will be to you a God. And ye shall know that I am the Lord your God, which brings you out from under the burthens of the Egyptians, and will bring you unto the land over the which did lift up my hand to give it unto Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and will give it unto you for a possession, even the Lord. And Moses told the children of Israel even so. But they hearkened not unto Moses for anguish of spirit and for cruel bondage. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Go and bid Pharaoh king of Egypt, that he let the children of Israel go out of his land. And Moses spake before the Lord, saying, Behold, the children of Israel hearken not unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, seeing that have uncircumcised lips? And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron, and gave them a charge unto the children of Israel, and unto Pharaoh king of Egypt, to bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. These be the heads of their fathers' houses. The children of Reuben, the eldest son of Israel, are these: Hanno, Palu, Hezron, Charmi. These be the householders of Reuben. The children of Simeon are these: Gemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Yachin, Zohar, and Saul, the son of a Canaanitish wife. These are the kindreds of Simeon. These are the names of the children of Levi, and their the other, Yehuah. Generations, Gerson, Kahath, and Merari. And Levi lived 137 years. The sons of Gerson, Libni, and Seme, and their kindreds. The children of Kahath, Amram, Jesiah, Hebron, and Uziel. And Kahath lived 133 years. The children of Merari are these: Maheli and Musi. These are the kindreds of Levi in their generations. And Amram took Jochebed his niece to wife, which bare him Aaron and Moses. And Amram lived 137 years. The children of Jeziah, Korah, Nepheg, and Sikri. The children of Uziel, Misael, Elzaphan, and Sithri. And Aaron took Elizabah, daughter of Aminadab, and sister of Nahason, to wife, which bare him Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. The children of Korah, Asir, Elkanah, and Abias. Saph, these are the kindreds of the Korahites. And Eleazar, Aaron's son, took him one of the daughters of Puchuel to wife, which bare him Pinehas. These be the principal fathers of the Levites in their kindreds. These are that Aaron and Moses, to whom the Lord said, Carry the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt with their armies. These are that Moses and Aaron, which spake to Pharaoh king of Egypt, that they might bring the children of Israel out of Egypt. And in the day when the Lord spake unto Moses in the land of Egypt, he spake unto him, saying, Am the Lord, see that thou speak unto Pharaoh the king of Egypt all that say unto thee. And Moses answered before the Lord, Am of uncircumcised lips, how shall Pharaoh then give me audience? And the Lord said unto Moses, Behold, have made thee Pharaoh's God, and Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet. Thou shalt speak all that command thee, and Aaron thy brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send the children of Israel out of his land, but will harden Pharaoh's heart, that may multiply my miracles and my wonders in the land of Egypt. And yet Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that may set mine hand upon Egypt, and bring out mine armies, even my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt, with great judgments. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when have stretched forth my hand upon Egypt, and have brought out the children of Israel from among them. Moses and Aaron did as the Lord commanded them. And Moses was 80-year-old, and Aaron 83, when they spake unto Pharaoh. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron, saying, When Pharaoh speaketh unto you, and saith, Show a wonder, then shalt thou say unto Aaron, Take the rod, and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall turn to a serpent. Then went Moses and Aaron in unto Pharaoh, and did even as the Lord had commanded. And Aaron cast forth his rod before Pharaoh and before his servants, and it turned to a serpent. Then Pharaoh called for the wise men, and enchanters of Egypt did in like manner with their sorcery. And they cast down every man his rod, and they turned to serpents. But Aaron's rod ate up their rods. And yet for all that Pharaoh's heart was hardened, so that he hearkened not unto them, even as the Lord had said. Then said the Lord unto Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hardened, and he refuseth to let the people go. Get thee unto Pharaoh in the morning, for he will come unto the water, and stand thou upon the river's brink against he come, and the rod which turned to a serpent take in thine hand. And say unto him, The Lord God of the Hebrews hath sent me unto thee, saying, Let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. But hitherto thou wouldest not hear. Wherefore thus saith the Lord, Hereby thou shalt know that I am the Lord. Behold, will smite with the staff that is in mine hand upon the waters that are in the river, and they shall turn to blood. And the fish that is in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, so that it shall grieve the Egyptians to drink of the water of the river. And the Lord spake unto Moses, Say unto Aaron, Take thy staff and stretch out thine hand over the waters of Egypt, over their streams, rivers, ponds, and all pools of water, that they may be blood, and that there may be blood in all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and also of stone. And Moses and Aaron did even as the Lord commanded. And he lifted up the staff and smote the waters that were in the river in the sight of Pharaoh, and in the sight of his servants. And all the water that was in the river turned into blood. And the fish that was in the river died, and the river stank, so that the Egyptians could not drink of the water of the river. And there was blood thoroughout all the land of Egypt. And the enchanters of Egypt did likewise with their enchantments, so that Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and did not regard them as the Lord had. Other stowed, said, And Pharaoh turned himself and went into his house, and set not his heart thereunto. And the Egyptians digged round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. And it continued a week after that the Lord had smote the river. The Lord spake unto Moses, Go unto Pharaoh, and tell him, Thus saith the Lord, Let my people go, that they may serve me. If thou wilt not let them go, behold, will smite all thy land with frogs, and the river shall scrail with frogs. And they shall come up and go into thine house, and into thy chamber where thou sleepest, and upon thy bed, and into the houses of thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thine ovens, and upon thy vitails which thou hast in store. And the frogs shall come upon thee, and on thy people, and upon all thy servants. And the Lord spake unto Moses, Say unto Aaron, Stretch forth thine hand with thy rod over the streams, rivers, and ponds, and bring up frogs upon the land of Egypt. And Aaron stretched his hand over the water of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. And the sorcerers did likewise with their sorcery, and the frogs came up upon the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron, and said, Pray ye unto the Lord, that he may take away the frogs from me and from my people, and will let the people go, that they may sacrifice unto the Lord. And Moses said unto Pharaoh, Appoint thou the time unto me, when shall pray for thee and thy servants and thy people, to drive away the frogs from thee and thy house, so that they shall remain but in the river only. And he said, Tomorrow. And he said, Even as thou hast said, that thou mayest know that there is none like unto the Lord our God. And the frogs shall depart from thee and from thine houses, and from thy servants and from thy people, and shall remain in the river only. And Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh, and Moses cried unto the Lord upon the appointment of frogs which he had made unto Pharaoh. And the Lord did according to the saying of Moses, and the frogs died out of the houses, courts, and fields, and they gathered them together upon heaps, so that the land stank of them. But when Pharaoh saw that he had rest given him, he hardened his heart, and hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said. And the Lord said unto Moses, Say unto Aaron, Stretch out thy rod, and smite the dust of the land, that it may turn to lice in all the land of Egypt. And they did so. And Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod, and smote the dust of the earth, and it turned to lice both in man and beast, so that all the dust of the land turned to lice thoroughout all the land of Egypt. And the enchanters essayed likewise with their enchantments to bring forth lice, but they could not. And the lice were both upon man and beast, Then said the enchanters unto Pharaoh, It is the finger of God. Nevertheless Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he regarded them not, as the Lord had said. And the Lord said unto Moses, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh. For he will come unto the water, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord, Let my people go, that they may serve me. If thou wilt not let my people go, behold, will send all manner flies both upon thee and thy servants and thy people, and into thy houses. And the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of flies, and the ground whereon they are. But will separate the same day the land of Goshen, where my people are, so that there shall no flies be there, that thou mayest know that I am the Lord upon the earth. And will put a division between my people and thine, and even tomorrow shall this miracle be done. And the Lord did even so. And there came noisome flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Egypt, so that the land was marred with flies. Then Pharaoh sent for Moses and Aaron, and said, Go and do sacrifice unto your God in the land. And Moses answered, It is not meet so to do. For we must offer unto the Lord our God that which is an abomination unto the Egyptians. Behold, shall we sacrifice that which is an abomination unto the Egyptians before their eyes? And shall they not stone us? We will therefore go 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice unto the Lord our God as he hath commanded us. And Pharaoh said, We'll let you go, that ye may sacrifice unto the Lord your God in the wilderness. Only go not far away, and see that ye pray for me. And Moses said, Behold, we'll go out from thee, and pray unto the Lord. And the flies shall depart from Pharaoh, and from his servants, and from his people tomorrow. But let Pharaoh from henceforth deceive no more, that he would not let the people go to sacrifice unto the Lord. And Moses went out from Pharaoh, and prayed unto the Lord. And the Lord did as Moses had said, and took away the flies from Pharaoh, and from his servants, and from his people, so that there remained not one. But for all that Pharaoh hardened his heart even then also, and would not let the people go. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go unto Pharaoh, and tell him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, Send out my people, that they may serve me. If thou wilt not let them go, but wilt hold them still, behold, the hand of the Lord shall be upon thy cattle which thou hast in the field, upon horses, asses, camels, oxen, and sheep, with a mighty great murrain. But the Lord shall make a division between the beasts of the Israelites and the beasts of the Egyptians, so that there shall nothing die of all that pertaineth to the children of Israel. And the Lord appointed a time, saying, Tomorrow the Lord shall do this thing in the land. And the Lord did the thing on the morrow, and all the cattle of Egypt died. But of the cattle of the children of Israel died not one. And Pharaoh sent to wheat, but there was not one of the cattle of the Israelites dead. Notwithstanding the heart of Pharaoh hardened, and he would not let the people go. And the Lord said unto Moses and Aaron, Take your hands full of ashes out of the furnace, and let Moses sprinkle it up into the air in the sight of Pharaoh. And it shall turn to dust in all the land of Egypt, and shall make swelling sores with blains both on man and beast in all the land of Egypt. And they took ashes out of the furnace, and stood before Pharaoh, and Moses sprinkled it up into the air. And there brake out sores with blains both in man and beast, so that the sorcerers could not stand before Moses, by the reason of botches on the enchanters, and upon all the Egyptians. But the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, that he hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said unto Moses. And the Lord said unto Moses, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and tell him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me, or else will at this time send all my plagues upon thine heart, and upon thy servants, and on thy people, that you mayest know that there is none like me in all the earth. For now will stretch out my hand, and will smite thee and thy people with pestilence, so that thou shalt perish from the earth. Yet in very deed for this cause have stirred thee up, for to show my power in thee, and to declare my name throughout all the world. If it be so that thou stoppest my people, that thou wilt not let them go, behold, tomorrow this time will send down a mighty great hail, even such one as was not in Egypt since it was grounded unto this time. Send therefore, and fetch home thy beasts, and all that thou hast in the field. For upon all the men and beasts which are found in the field and not brought home, shall the hail fall, and they shall die. And as many as feared the word of the Lord among the servants of Pharaoh made their servants and their beasts flee to house. And they that regarded not the word of the Lord left their servants and their beasts in the field. And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch forth thine hand unto heaven, that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt, upon man and beast, and upon all the herbs of the field in the field of Egypt. And Moses stretched out his rod unto heaven, and the Lord thundered and hailed, so that the fire ran along upon the ground. And the Lord so hailed in the land of Egypt, that there was hail and fire mingled with the hail so grievous, that there was none such in all the land of Egypt, since people inhabited it. And the hail smote in the land of Egypt all that was in the field, both man and beast. And the hail smote all the herbs of the field, and broke all the trees of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, was there no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called for Moses and Aaron, and said unto them, Have now sinned, the Lord is righteous, and my people are wicked. Pray ye unto the Lord that the thunder of God and hail may cease, and will let you go, and ye shall tarry no longer. And Moses said unto him, As soon as I am out of the city, will spread abroad my hands unto the Lord, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that thou mayest know how that the earth is the Lord's. But know that thou and thy servants yet fear not the Lord God. The flax and the barley were smitten, for the barley was shot up, and the flax was bold. But the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were late sown. And Moses went out of the city from Pharaoh, and spread abroad his hands unto the Lord, and the thunder and hail ceased, neither rained it any more upon the earth. When Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and thunder were ceased, he sinned again, and hard-ened his heart, both he and his servants. So was the heart of Pharaoh hardened, that he would not let the children of Israel go, as the Lord had said by Moses. The Lord said unto Moses, Go unto Pharaoh, nevertheless have hardened his heart and the hearts of his servants, that might show these my signs amongst them, and that thou tell in the audience of thy son and of thy son's son the pageants which have played in Egypt, and the miracles which have done among them, that ye may know how that am the Lord. Then Moses and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh, and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, How long shall it be, or thou wilt submit thyself unto me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. If thou wilt not let my people go, behold, tomorrow will bring grasshoppers into thy land, and they shall cover the face of the earth, that it cannot be seen. And they shall eat the residue which remaineth unto you, and escape the hail. And they shall eat all your green trees upon the field. And they shall fill thy houses, and all thy servants' houses, and the houses of all the Egyptians after such a manner, as neither thy fathers nor thy fathers' fathers have seen, since the time they were upon the earth unto this day. And he turned himself about, and went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servants said unto him, How long shall this fellow thus plague us? Let the men go, that they may serve the Lord their God, or else wilt thou see Egypt first destroyed. And then Moses and Aaron were brought again unto Pharaoh, and he said unto them, Go and serve the Lord your God, but who are they that shall go? And Moses answered, We must go with young and old, yea, and with our sons and with our daughters, and with our sheep and oxen must we go, for we must hold a feast unto the Lord. And he said unto them, Shall it be so? The Lord be with you, should let you go, and your children also. Take heed, for ye have some mischief in hand. Nay, not so, but go ye that are men, and serve the Lord, for that was your desire. And they thrust them out of Pharaoh's presence. And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand over the land of Egypt for grasshoppers, that they come upon the land of Egypt, and eat all the herbs of the land. And ve the other, How long shall we be thus evilly entreated? All that the hail left untouched. And Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt. And the Lord brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all night. And in the morning the east wind brought the grasshoppers, and the grasshoppers went up over all the land of Egypt, and lighted in all quarters of Egypt very grievously, so that before them were there no such grasshoppers, neither after them shall be. And they covered all the face of the earth, so that the land was dark therewith. And they ate all the herbs of the land, and all the fruits of the trees which the hail had left, so that there was no green thing left in the trees and herbs of the field, thorough all the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron in haste, and said, Have sinned against the Lord your God, and against you. Forgive me yet my sin only this once, and pray unto the Lord your God, that he may take away from me this death only. And he went out from Pharaoh, and prayed unto the Lord, and the Lord turned the wind into a mighty strong west wind, and it took away the grasshoppers, and cast them into the reed sea, so that there was not one grasshopper left in all the coasts of Egypt. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go. And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch out thy hand unto heaven, and let there be darkness upon the land of Egypt, even that they may feel the darkness. And Moses stretched forth his hand unto heaven, and there was a dark mist upon all the land of Egypt 3 days long, so that no man saw another, neither rose up from the place where he was by the space of 3 days, but all the children of Israel had light where they dwelled. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and said, Go and serve the Lord, only let your sheep and your oxen abide, but let your children go with you. And Moses answered, Thou must give us also offerings and burnt offerings for to sacrifice unto the Lord our God. Our cattle therefore shall go with us, and there shall not one hoof be left behind, for thereof must we take to serve the Lord our God. Moreover, we cannot know where, with we shall serve the Lord until we come thither. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him, Get thee from me, and take heed to thyself that thou see my face no more. For whensoever thee other, thick darkness, thou comest in my sight, thou shalt die. And Moses said, Let it be as thou hast said, we'll see thy face no more. And the Lord said unto Moses, Yet will bring one plague more upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt, and after that he will let you go hence. And when he letteth you go, he shall utterly drive you hence. But bid the people that every man borrow of his neighbor and every woman of her neighboress, jewels of silver and jewels of gold. And the Lord get the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, both in the sight of Pharaoh, and also in the sight of the people. And Moses said, Thus saith the Lord, About midnight will go out among the Egyptians, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, even from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sitteth on his seat, unto the firstborn of the maidservant that is in the mill, and all the firstborn of the cattle. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, so that there was never none like nor shall be. And among all the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue, nor yet man or beast, that ye may know how the Lord putteth a difference between the Egyptians and Israel. And all these thy servants shall come down unto me, and fall before me, and say, Get thee out, and all the people that are under thee, and then will depart. And he went out from Pharaoh in a great anger. And the Lord said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not regard you, that many wonders may be wrought in the land of Egypt. And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be your chief month, even the first month of the year shall it be unto you. Speak ye unto all the fellowship of Israel, saying, That they take the 10th day of this month to every household, a sheep. If the household be too few for a sheep, then let him and his neighbor that is next unto this house take according to the number of souls, and count unto a sheep according to every man's eating. A sheep without spot, and a male of 1 year old shall it be, and from among the lambs and the goats shall ye take it. And ye shall keep him in ward until the 14th day of the same month. And every man of the multitude of Israel shall kill him, about even. And they shall take of the blood, and strike on the 2 side posts, and on the upper doorpost of the houses wherein they eat him. And they shall eat the flesh the same night, roast with fire, and with unleavened bread, and with sour herbs they shall eat it. See that ye eat not thereof sodden in water, but roast with fire, both head, feet, and purtenance together. And see that ye let nothing of it remain unto the morning. If aught remain, burn it with fire. Of this manner shall ye eat it, with your loins girded, and shoes on your feet, and your staves in your hands. And ye shall eat it in haste, for it is the Lord's Passover. For will go about in the land of Egypt this same night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both of man and beast. And upon all the gods of Egypt will the Lord do execution. And the blood shall be unto you a token upon the houses wherein ye are. For when see the blood will pass over you, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you, when smite the land of Egypt. And this day shall be unto you a remembrance, and ye shall keep it holy unto the Lord. Even throughout your generations after you shall ye keep it holy day, that it be a custom forever. 7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread, so that even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eateth leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be plucked out from Israel. The first day shall be a holy feast unto you, and the 7th also. There shall be no manner of work done in them, save about that only which every man must eat. That only may ye do. And see that ye keep you to unleavened bread. For upon that same day will bring your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore ye shall observe this day, and all your children after you, that it be a custom forever. The 1st month and the 14th day of the month at even ye shall eat sweet bread unto the 21st day of the month at even again. 7 days see that there be no leavened bread found in your houses. For whoso ever eateth leavened bread, that soul shall be rooted out from the multitude of Israel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. Therefore see that ye eat no leavened bread, but in all your habitations eat sweet bread. And Moses called for the elders of Israel, and said unto them, Choose out and take to every household a sheep, and kill Passover. And take a bunch of hyssop, and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike it upon the upper post and on the 2 side posts. And see that none of you go out at the door of his house until the morning. For the Lord will go about and smite Egypt. And when he seeth the blood upon the upper doorpost and on the 2 side posts, he will pass over the door, and will not suffer the destroyer to come into your house to plague you. Therefore see that thou observe this thing, that it be an ordinance to thee and thy sons forever. And when ye be come into the land which the Lord will give you, according as he hath promised, see that ye keep this service. And when your children ask you what manner of service is this ye do, ye shall say, It is the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover, which passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt, as he smote the Egyptians and saved our houses. Then the people bowed themselves and worshipped. And the children of Israel went and did as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron. And at midnight the Lord smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his seat, unto the firstborn of the captive that was in prison, and all firstborn of the cattle. Then Pharaoh arose the same night, and all his servants and all the Egyptians, and there was a great crying throughout Egypt, for there was no house where there was not one dead. And he called unto Moses and Aaron by night, saying, Rise up and get you out from among my people, both ye and also the children of Israel, and go and serve the Lord as ye have said. And take your sheep and your oxen with you as ye have said, and depart and bless me also. And the Egyptians were fierce upon the people, and made haste to send them out of the land, for they said, We be all dead men. And the people took the dough before it was soured, which they had in store, and bound it in cloths, and put it upon their shoulders. And the children of Israel did according to the saying of Moses, and they borrowed of the Egyptians jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment. And the Lord gat the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, and so they borrowed and robbed the Egyptians. Thus took the children of Israel their journey from Ramesses to Succoth, 600,000 men afoot, beside children. And much common people went also with them, and sheep and oxen and cattle exceeding much. And they baked sweet cakes of the dough which they brought out of Egypt, for it was not soured, because they were thrust out of Egypt and could not tarry, neither had they prepared them any other provision of meat. And the time of the dwelling of the children of Israel which they dwelt in Egypt was 430 year. And when the 430 years were expired, even the selfsame day departed all the hosts of the Lord out of the land of Egypt. This is a night to be observed to the Lord, because he brought them out of the land of Egypt. This is a night of the Lord, to be kept of all the children of Israel and of their generations after them. And the Lord said unto Moses and Aaron, This is the manner of Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof, but all the servants that are bought for money shall ye circumcise, and then let them eat thereof. A stranger and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. Ye shall carry none of the flesh out at the doors. Moreover, see that ye break not a bone thereof. All the multitude of the children of Israel shall observe it. If a stranger dwell among you, and will hold Passover unto the Lord, let him circumcise all that be males, and then let him come and observe it, and be taken as one that is born in the land. No uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. One manner of law shall be unto them that are born in the land, and unto the strangers that dwell among you. And all the children of Israel did as the Lord commanded Moses and Aaron. And even the selfsame day did the Lord bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt with their armies. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn that open all manner matrices among the children of Israel, as well of men as of beasts, for they are mine. And Moses said unto the people, Think on this day in which ye came out of Egypt and out of the house of bondage, for with a mighty hand the Lord brought you out from thence. See therefore that ye eat no leavened bread. This day come ye out of Egypt in the month of Abib, when the Lord hath brought thee into the land of the Canaanites, Hethites, Amorites, Hivites, and Jebusites, which he sware unto thy fathers that he would give thee, a land wherein milk and honey floweth. Then see that thou keep this service in this same month. 7 days thou shalt eat sweet bread, and the 7th day shall be feastful unto the Lord. Therefore thou shalt eat sweet bread 7 days, and see that there be no leavened bread seen, nor yet leaven among you in all your quarters. And thou shalt show thy son at that time, saying, This is done, because of that which the Lord did unto me when came out of Egypt. Therefore it shall be a sign unto thee upon thine hand, and a remembrance between thine eyes, that the Lord's law may be in thy mouth. For with a strong hand the Lord brought thee out of Egypt. See thou keep therefore this ordinance in his season from year to year. Moreover, when the Lord hath brought thee into the land of the Canaanites, as he hath sworn unto thee and to thy fathers, and hath given it thee, then thou shalt appoint unto the Lord all that openeth the matrix, and all the firstborn among the beasts which thou hast, if they be males. And all the firstborn of the asses thou shalt redeem with a sheep. If thou redeem him not, then break his neck. But all the firstborn among thy children shalt thou buy out. And when thy son asketh thee in time to come, saying, What is this? Thou shalt say unto him, With a mighty hand and Lord brought us out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. And when Pharaoh was loath to let us go, the Lord slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, as well the firstborn of men as of beasts. And therefore sacrifice unto the Lord all the males that open the matrix, but all the firstborn of my children must redeem. And this shall be as a token in thine hand, and as a thing hanged up between thine eyes, because the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. When Pharaoh had let the people go, God carried them not thorough the land of the Philistines, though it were a nigh way. For God said the people might haply repent when they see war, and so turn again to Egypt. Therefore God led thee about thorough the wilderness that bordereth on the Red Sea. The children of Israel went harnessed out of the land of Egypt, and Moses took the bones of Joseph with him. For he made the children of Israel swear, saying, God will surely visit you. Take my bones therefore away hence with you. And they took their journey from Succoth, and pitched their tents in Etham in the edge of the wilderness. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of a cloud to lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, that they might go both by day and night. And the pillar of the cloud never departed by day, nor the pillar of fire by night out of the people's sight. Then the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Bid the children of Israel that they turn and pitch their tents before the entering of Hiroth between Migdol and the sea toward Baal-zephon. Even before that shall ye pitch upon the sea. For Pharaoh will say of the children of Israel, They are tangled in the land, the wilderness hath shut them in, and will harden his heart, that he shall follow after them, that may get me honour upon Pharaoh and upon all his host, that the Egyptians may know that I am the Lord. And they did even so. And when it was told the king of Egypt that the people fled, then Pharaoh's heart and all his servants turned unto the people and said, Why have we this done, that we have let Israel go out of our service? And he made ready his chariots, and took his people with him, and took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots of Egypt, and captains upon all his people. For the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh king of Egypt, that he followed after the children of Israel, which for all that went out thorough and high hand. And the Egyptians followed after them, and overtook them where they pitched by the sea, with all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and with his horsemen and his host, even fast by the entering of Hiroth before Baal-zephon. And Pharaoh drew nigh, and when the children of Israel lift up their eyes and saw how the Egyptians followed Af, to them they were sore afraid, and cried out unto the Lord. Then said they unto Moses, Were there no graves for us in Egypt? But thou must bring us away for to die in the wilderness. Wherefore hast thou served us thus, for to carry us out of Egypt? Did not we tell thee this in Egypt, saying, Let us be in rest and serve the Egyptians? For it had been better for us to have served the Egyptians than for to die in the wilderness. And Moses said unto the people, Fear ye not, but stand still, and behold how the Lord shall save you this day. For as ye see the Egyptians this day, shall ye see them no more forever till the world's end. The Lord shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. The Lord said unto Moses, Wherefore criest thou unto me? Speak unto the children of Israel that they go forward. But lift thou up thy rod, and stretch out thy hand over the sea, and divide it asunder, that the children of Israel may go on dry ground thorough the midst thereof, and behold, will harden the hearts of the Egyptians, that they may follow you, and will get me honour upon Pharaoh, and upon all his host, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I've got me honour upon Pharaoh, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. And the angel of God, which went before the host of Israel, removed and went behind them. And the cloud and pillar that was before them removed and stood behind them, and went between the host of the Egyptians and the host of Israel. It was a dark cloud and gave light by night, so that all the night long the one could not come at the other. When now Moses stretched forth his hand over the sea, the Lord carried away the sea with a strong east wind that blew all night, and made the sea dry land, and the water divided itself. And the children of Israel went in thorough the midst of the sea upon the dry ground. And the water was a wall unto them, both on their right hand and on their left hand. And the Egyptians followed and went in after them to the midst of the sea, with all Pharaoh's horses and his chariots and his horsemen. And in the morning watch the Lord looked unto the host of the Egyptians out of the fiery and cloudy pillar, and troubled their host, and smote off their chariot wheels, and cast them down to the ground. Then said the Egyptians, Let us flee from Israel, for the Lord fighteth for them against us. Then said the Lord unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand over the sea, that the water may come again upon the Egyptians, upon their chariots and horsemen. Then stretched forth Moses his hand over the sea, and it came again to his course early in the morning, and the Egyptians fled against it. Thus the Lord overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea, and the water returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen, so that of all the host of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them, there remained not one. But the children of Israel went upon dry land in the midst of the sea, and the water was a wall unto them, both on the right hand of them, and also on the left. Thus the Lord delivered Israel the selfsame day out of the hand of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians dead upon the seaside. And when Israel saw that mighty hand which the Lord had showed upon the Egyptians, they feared the Lord, and believed both the Lord and also his servant Moses. Then Moses and the children of Israel sang this song unto the Lord, and said, Let us sing unto the Lord, for he is become glorious. The horse and him that rode upon him hath he overthrown in the sea. The Lord is my strength and my song, and is become my salvation. He is my God, and will glorify him. He is my father's God, and will lift him up on high. The Lord is a man of war, Jehovah is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his host hath he cast into the sea. His jolly captains are drowned in the Red Sea. The deep waters have covered them. They sank to the bottom as a stone. Thine hand, Lord, is glorious in power. Thine hand, Lord, hath all to dash the enemy. And with thy great glory thou hast destroyed thine adversaries. Thou sentest forth thy wrath, and it consumed them, even as stubble. With the breath of thine anger the water gathered together, and the flood stood still as a rock, and the deep water congealed together in the midst of the sea. The enemy said, We'll follow and overtake them, and will divide the spoil. Will satisfy my lust upon them. Will draw my sword, and mine hand shall destroy them. Thou blewest with thy breath, and the sea covered them, and they sank as lead in the mighty waters. Who is like unto thee, O Lord, among gods? Who is like thee, so glorious in holiness, fearful, laudable, and that shewest wonders? Thou stretchedst out thy right hand, and in the earth swallowed them. And thou carriedst with thy mercy this people which thou deliveredst, and broughtest them with thy strength unto thy holy habitation. The Naatians heard and were afraid. Pangs came upon the Philistines. Then the dukes of the Edomites were amazed, and trembling came upon the mightiest of the Moabites, and all the inhabitants of Canaan waxed faint-hearted. Let fear and dread fall upon them, thorough the greatness of thine arm, and let them be as still as a stone, while thy people pass thorough, O Lord, while the people pass thorough which thou hast gotten. Bring them in and plant them in the mountains of thine inheritance, the place, Lord, which thou hast made for to dwell in, the sanctuary, Lord, which thy hands have prepared. The Lord reign ever and alway. For Pharaoh went in on horseback with his chariots and horsemen into the sea, and the Lord brought Vather and High, Viather, Ehua, Viather, Reed, the waters of the sea upon them. And the children of Israel went on dry land thorough the midst of the sea. And Miriam, a prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women came out after her with timbrels in a dance. And Miriam sang before them, Sing ye unto the Lord, for he is become glorious indeed. The horse and his rider hath he overthrown in the sea. Moses brought Israel from the Red Sea, and they went out into the wilderness of Sur. And they went 3 days long in the wilderness, and could find no water. At the last they came to Marah, but they could not drink of the waters for bitterness, for they were bitter. Therefore the name of the place was called Marah. Then the people murmured against Moses, saying, What shall we drink? And Moses cried unto the Lord, and he showed him a tree, and he cast it into the water, and they waxed sweet. There he made them an ordinance and a law, and there he tempted them, and said, If ye will hearken unto the voice of the Lord your God, and will do that which is right in his sight, and will give an ear unto his commandments, and keep all his ordinances, then will put none of these diseases upon thee which brought upon the Egyptians, for I am the Lord thy surgeon. And they came to Elim, where were 12 wells of water and 70 date trees, and they pitched there by the water. And they took their journey from Elim. And all the whole company of the children of Israel came to the wilderness of Sin, which lieth between Elim and Sinai. The 15th day of the 2nd month after that, they were come out of the land of Egypt. And the whole multitude of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness, and said unto them, Would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots and ate bread our bellies full, for ye have brought us out into this wilderness to kill this whole multitude for hunger. Then said the Lord unto Moses, Behold, will rain bread from heaven down to you, and let the people go out, and gather day by day, that may prove them whether they will walk in my law or no. The 6th day let them prepare that which they will bring in, and let it be twice as much as they gather in daily. And Moses and Aaron said unto all the children of Israel, At even ye shall vive, other reed, other tree. Know that it is the Lord which brought you out of the land of Egypt. And in the morning ye shall see the glory of the Lord, because he hath heard your grudgings against the Lord. For what are we that ye should murmur against us? And more, overspake Moses, At evening the Lord will give you flesh to eat, and in the morning bread enough, because the Lord hath heard your murmur which ye murmur against him. For what are we? Your murmuring is not against us, but against the Lord. And Moses spake unto Aaron, Say unto all the company of the children of Israel, Come forth before the Lord, for he hath heard your grudgings. And as Aaron spake unto the whole multitude of the children of Israel, they looked toward the wilderness. And behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in a cloud. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Have heard the murmuring of the children of Israel. Tell them therefore, and say, that at evening they shall eat flesh, and in the morning they shall be filled with bread, and ye shall know that I am the Lord your God. And at evening the quails came and covered the ground where they lay. And in the morning the dew lay round about the host. And when the dew was fallen, behold, it lay upon the ground in the wilderness, small and round and thin as the hoar frost on the ground. When the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, What is this? For they wist not what it was. And Moses said, This is the bread which the Lord hath given you to eat. This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded, that ye gather every man enough for him to eat, a gomer full for a man according to the number of you, and gather every man for them which are in his tent. And the children of Israel did even so, and gathered some more, some less, and did meet it with a gomer. And unto him that had gathered much remained nothing over, and unto him that had gathered little was there no lack. But every man had gathered sufficient for his eating. And Moses said unto them, See that no man let aught remain of it till the morning. Notwithstanding they hearkened not unto Moses, but some of the left of it until the morning, and it waxed full of worms and stank, and Moses was angry with them. And they gathered it all mornings, every man as much as sufficed for his eating, for as soon as the heat of the sun came it melted. And the 6th day the other sun, they gathered twice so much bread, 2 gomers for one man, and the rulers of the multitude came and told Moses. And he said unto them, This is that which the Lord hath said, Tomorrow is the Sabbath of the holy rest of the Lord. Bake that which ye will bake, and fetch that ye will fetch, and that which remaineth lay up for you, and keep it till the morning. And they laid it up till the morning as Moses bade, and it stank not, neither was there any worms therein. And Moses said, That eat this day, for today it is the Lord's Sabbath. Today ye shall find none in the field. 6 days ye shall gather it, for the 7th is the Sabbath. There shall be none therein. Notwithstanding there went out of the people in the 7th day for to gather, but they found none. Then the Lord said unto Moses, How long shall it be ere ye will keep my commandments and laws? See, because the Lord hath given you a Sabbath, therefore he giveth you the 6th day bread for 2 days. Bide therefore every man at home, and let no man go out of his place the 7th day. And the people rested the 7th day, and the house of Israel called it man. And it was like unto coriander seed and white, and the taste of it was like unto wafers made with honey. And Moses said, This is that which the Lord commandeth. Fill a gomer of it, that it may be kept for your children after you, that they may see the bread wherewith he fed you in wilderness, when he had brought you out of the land of Egypt. And Moses spake unto Aaron, Take a cruse, and put a gomer full of man therein, and lay it up before the Lord to be kept for your children after you, as the Lord commanded Moses. And Aaron laid it up before the testimony there to be kept. And the children of Israel ate man 40 years until they came unto a land inhabited. And so they ate man, even until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan. And a gomer is the 10th part of an ephah. And all the company of the children of Israel went on their journeys from the wilderness of Sin at the commandment of the Lord, and pitched in Rephidim, where was no water for the people to drink. And the people chode with Moses, and said, Give us water to drink. And Moses said unto them, Why chide ye with me, and wherefore do ye tempt the Lord? There the people thirsted for water, and murmured against Moses, and said, Wherefore hast thou brought us out of Egypt, to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst? And Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, What shall do unto this people? They be almost ready to stone me. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go before the people, and take with thee of the elders of Israel, and thy rod wherewith thou smotest the river take in thine hand, and go. Behold, will stand there before thee upon a rock in Horeb. And thou shalt smite the rock, and there shall come water out thereof, that the people may drink. And Moses did even so before the elders of Israel. And he called the name of the place Massah and Meribah, because of the chiding of the children of Israel, and because they tempted the Lord, saying, Is the Lord among us or not? Then came Amalek and fought with Israel in Rephidim. And Moses said unto Joshua, Choose out men, and go fight with Amalek. Tomorrow will stand on the top of the hill, and the rod of God in mine hand. And Joshua did as Moses bade him, and fought with the Amalekites. And Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. And when Moses held up his hand, Israel had the better. And when he let his hand down, Amalek had the better. When Moses' hands were weary, they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat down thereon. And Aaron and Hur stayed up his hands, the one on the one side and the other on the other side. And his hands were steady until the sun was down. And Joshua discomfited Amalek and his people with the edge of his sword. And the Lord said unto Moses, Write this for a remembrance in a book, and tell it unto Joshua, for we'll put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. And Moses made an altar, and called the name of it Jehovah Nissi, for he said, The hand is on the seat of the Lord, that the Lord will have war with Amalek throughout all generations. Jethro the priest of Madian, Moses' father-in-law, heard of all that God had done unto Moses and to Israel his people, how that the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. And he took Zipporah Moses' wife after she was sent back, and her 2 sons, of which the one was called Gerson, for he said, Have been an alien in a strange land. And the other was called Eleazar, for the God of my father was mine help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. And Jethro Moses' father-in-law came with his 2 sons and his wife unto Moses into the other, the Lord is he that worketh miracles for me, other, alient, wilderness, where he had pitched his tent by the mount of God. And he sent word to Moses, Thy father-in-law Jethro am come to thee, and thy wife also, and her 2 sons with her. And Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, and did obeisance and kissed him. And they saluted each other, and came into the tent. And Moses told his father-in-law all that the Lord had done unto Pharaoh and to the Egyptians for Israel's sake, and all the travail that had happened them by the way, and how the Lord had delivered them. And Jethro rejoiced over all the good which the Lord had done to Israel, and because he had delivered them out of the hand of the Egyptians. And Jethro said, Blessed be the Lord, which hath delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hand of Pharaoh, which hath delivered his people from under the power of the Egyptians. Now know that the Lord is greater than all gods, for because that they dealt proudly with them. And Jethro Moses' father-in-law offered burnt offerings and sacrifices unto God. And Aaron and all the elders of Israel came to eat bread with Moses' father-in-law before God. And it chanced on the morrow that Moses sat to judge the people, and the people stood about Moses from morning unto evening. When his father-in-law saw all that he did unto the people, he said, What is this that thou doest unto the people? Why sittest thou thyself, and lettest all the people stand about thee from morning unto even? And Moses said unto his father-in-law, Because the people came unto me to seek counsel of God. For when they have a matter, they come unto me, and must judge between every man and his neighbour, and must show them the ordinances of God and his laws. And his father-in-law said unto him, It is not well that thou doest. Thou doest unwisely, and also this people that is with thee, because the thing is too grievous for thee, and thou art not able to do it thyself alone. But hear my voice, and will give thee counsel, and God shall be with thee. Be thou unto the people to Godward, and bring the causes unto God, and provide them ordinances and laws, and show them the way wherein they must walk, and the works that they must do. Moreover, seek out among all the people men of activity which fear God, and men that are true and hate covetousness, and make them heads over the people, captains viz. Other counsel, other counsel, over thousands, over hundreds, over 50, and over 10, and let them judge the people at all seasons. If there be any great matter, let them bring that unto thee, and let them judge all small causes themselves, and ease thyself, and let them bear with thee. If thou shalt do this thing, then thou shalt be able to endure that which God chargeth thee withal, and all this people shall go to their places quietly. And Moses heard the voice of his father-in-law, and did all that he had said, and chose active men out of all Israel, and made them heads over the people, captains over thousands, over hundreds, over 50, and over 10. And they judged the people at all seasons, and brought the hard causes unto Moses, and judged all small matters themselves. And then Moses let his father-in-law depart, and he went into his own land. The 3rd month after the children of Israel were gone out of Egypt, the same day they came into the wilderness of Sinai. For they were departed from Rephidim, and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched their tents in the wilderness. And there Israel pitched before the mount. And Moses went up unto God. And the Lord called to him out of the mountain, saying, Thus say unto the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel, Ye have seen what did unto the Egyptians, and how took you up upon eagle's wings, and have brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if ye will hear my voice, and keep mine appointment, ye shall be mine own above all nations, for all the earth is mine. Ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and an holy people. These are the words which thou shalt say unto the children of Israel. And Moses came and called for the elders of Israel, and laid before them all these words which the Lord had commanded him. And the people answered all together, and said, All that the Lord hath said we will do. And Moses brought the words of the people unto the Lord. And the Lord said unto Moses, Lo, will come unto thee in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when talk with thee, and also believe thee forever. And Moses showed the words of the people unto the Lord. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go unto the people, and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, that they may be ready against the 3rd day. For the 3rd day the Lord will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai, and set marks round about the people, and say, Beware that ye go not up into the mount, and that ye twitch not the borders of it, for whosoever twitcheth the mount shall surely die. There shall not an hand twitch it, but that he shall either be stoned or else shot thorough. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live when the horn bloweth. Then let them come up into the mountain. And Moses went down from the mount unto the people, and sanctified them, and they washed their clothes. And he said unto the people, Be ready against the 3rd day, and see that ye come not at your wives. And the 3rd day in the morning there was thunder and lightning, and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the horn waxed exceeding loud, and all the people that was in the host was afraid. And Moses brought the people out of the tents to meet with God, and they stood under the hill. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because the Lord descended down upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended up, as it had been the smoke of a kiln, and all the mount was exceeding fearful. And the voice of the horn blew and waxed louder and louder. Moses spake, and God answered him, and that with a voice. And the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai, even in the top of the hill, and called Moses up into the top of the hill. And Moses went up. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go down and charge the people, that they praise not up unto the Lord for to see him, and so many of them perish. And let the priests also which come to the Lord's presence sanctify themselves, lest the Lord smite them. Then Moses said unto the Lord, The people cannot come up into Mount Sinai, for thou chargedest us, saying, Set marks about the hill, and sanctify it. And the Lord said unto him, Away, and get thee down, and come up both thou and Aaron with thee. But let not the priests and the people presume for to come up unto the Lord, lest he smite them. And Moses went down unto the people, and told them. And God spake all these words, and said, Am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, and out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have none other gods in my sight. Thou shalt make thee no graven image, neither any similitude that is in heaven above, either in the earth beneath, or in the water that is beneath the earth. See that thou neither bow thyself unto them, neither serve them. For the Lord thy God am a jealous God, and visit the sin of the fathers upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me, and yet show mercy unto thousands among them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day, that thou sanctify it. 6 days mayest thou labor and do all that thou hast to do. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt do no manner work, neither thou nor thy son nor thy daughter, neither thy manservant nor thy maidservant, neither thy cattle, neither yet the stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made both heaven and earth and the sea and all that in them is, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honour thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not break wedlock. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt bear no false witness against thy neighbour. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbour's house. Neither shalt covet thy neighbour's wife, his manservant, his maid, his ox, his ass, or aught that is his. And all the people saw the thunder and the lightning and the noise of the horn, and how the mountain smoked. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off, and said unto Moses, Talk thou with us, and we will hear, but let not God talk with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be among you, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses went into the thick cloud where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen how that have talked with you from out of heaven. Ye shall not make therefore with me gods of silver nor gods of gold. In no wise shall ye do it. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and thereon offer thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, and thy sheep and thine oxen. And in all places where shall put the remembrance of my name, thither will come unto thee and bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, see thou make it not of hewed stone, for if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou shalt pollute it. Moreover, thou shalt not go up with steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not showed thereon. These are the laws which thou shalt set before them. If thou buy a servant that is an Hebrew, 6 years he shall serve, and the 7th he shall go out free, paying nothing. If he came alone, he shall go out alone. If he came married, his wife shall go out with him. And if his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, then the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. And if the servant say, Love my master, and my wife and my children will not go out free, then let his master bring him unto the gods, and set him to the door or the doorpost, and bore his ear thorough with a naul, and let him be his servant forever. If a man sell his daughter to be a servant, she shall not go out as the men servants do. If she please not her master, so that he hath given her to no man to wife, then shall he let her go free. To sell her unto a strange nation shall he have no power, because he despised her. If he have promised her unto his son to wife, he shall deal with her as men do with their daughters. If he take him another wife, yet her food, raiment, and duty of marriage shall he not minish. If he do not these 3 unto her, then shall she go out free and pay no money. He that smiteth a man that he die shall be slain for it. If a man lay not a wait, but God deliver him into his hand, then will point thee a place whither he shall flee. If a man come presumptuously upon his neighbour, and slay him with guile, thou shalt take him from mine altar that he die. And he that smiteth his father or his mother shall die for it. He that stealeth a man and selleth him, if it be proved upon him, shall be slain for it. And he that curseth his father or mother shall be put to death for it. If men strive together, and one smite another with a stone or with his fist, so that he die not, but lieth in bed, if he rise again and walk without upon his staff, then shall he that smote him go quite, save only he shall bear his charges while he lay in bed, and pay for his healing. If a man smite his servant or his maid with a staff, that they die under his hand, it shall be avenged. And if they continue a day or 2, it shall not be avenged, for they are his money. When men strive and smite a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no misfortune followeth, then shall he be mersed, according as the woman's husband will lay to his charge, and he shall pay as the daysmen appoint him. And if any misfortune follow, then shall he pay life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, and stripe for stripe. If a man smite his servant or his maid in the eye, and put it out, he shall let them go free for the eye's sake. Also if he smite out his servant's or his maid's tooth, he shall let them go out free for the tooth's sake. If an ox gore a man or a woman that they die, then the ox shall be stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, and his master shall go quite. If the ox were wont to run at men in time past, and it hath been told his master, and he hath not kept him, but that he hath killed a man or a woman, then the ox shall be stoned, and his master shall die also. If he be set to a sum of money, then he shall give for the deliverance of his life, according to all that is put unto him. And whether he hath gored a son or a daughter, he shall be served after the same manner. But if it be a servant or a maid that the ox hath gored, then he shall give unto their master the sum of 30 cycles, and the ox shall be stoned. If a man open a well, or dig a pit, and cover it not, but that an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good, and give money unto their master, and the dead beast shall be his. If one man's ox hurt another's that he die, then they shall sell the live ox and divide the money, and the dead ox also they shall divide. But and if it be known that the ox hath used to push in times past, then because his master hath not kept him, he shall pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own. If a man steal an ox or sheep, and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep. If a thief be found breaking up, and be smitten that he die, there shall no blood be shed for him. Except the sun be up when he is found, then there shall be blood shed for him. A thief shall make restitution. If he have not wherewith, he shall be sold for his theft. If the theft be found in his hand alive, whether it be ox, ass, or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man do hurt field or vineyard, so that he put in his beast to feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field and of the best of his own vineyard shall he make restitution. If fire break out and catch in the thorns, so that the stacks of corn, other, son, vief, other, stooks, or the standing corn or field be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall make restitution. If a man deliver his neighbour money or stuff to keep, and it be stolen out of his house, if the thief be found, he shall pay double. If the thief be not found, then the goodman of the house shall be brought unto the gods, and swear, whether he have put his hand unto his neighbour's good. And in all manner of trespass, whether it be ox, ass, sheep, raiment, or any manner lost thing which another challengeth to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the gods, and whom the gods condemn, the same shall pay double unto his neighbour. If a man deliver unto his neighbour to keep ass, ox, sheep, or whatsoever beast it be, and it die or be hurt or driven away, and no man see it, then shall an oath of the Lord go between them, whether he have put his hand unto his neighbour's good, and the owner of it shall take the oath, and the other shall not make it good. If it be stolen from him, then he shall make restitution unto the owner. If it be torn with wild beasts, then let him bring record of the tearing, and he shall not make it good. When a man borroweth aught of his neighbour, if it be hurt or else die, and if the owner thereof be not by, he shall make it good. If the owner thereof be by, he shall not make it good, namely if it be an hired thing and came for hire. If a man beguile a maid that is not betrothed and lie with her, he shall indote her and take her to his wife. If her father refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lieth with a beast shall be slain for it. He that offereth unto any god save unto the Lord only, let him die without redemption. Vex not a stranger, neither oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Ye shall trouble no widow nor fatherless child. If ye shall trouble them, they shall cry unto me, and will surely hear their cry, and then will my wrath wax hot, and will kill you with sword. And your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be as an usurer unto him, neither shalt oppress him with usury. If thou take thy neighbour's raiment to pledge, see that thou deliver it unto him again by that the song go down. For that is his coverlet vef, other, son, only even the raiment for his skin wherein he sleepeth. Or else he will cry unto me, and will hear him, for am merciful. Thou shalt not rail upon the gods, neither curse the ruler of thy people. Thy fruits, whether they be dry or moist, see thou keep not back. Thy firstborn son thou shalt give me. Likewise shalt thou do of thine oxen and of thy sheep. 7 days it shall be with the dam, and the 8th day thou shalt give it me. Ye shall be holy people unto me, and therefore shall ye eat no flesh that is torn of beasts in the field, but shall cast it to dogs. Thou shalt not accept a vain tale, neither shalt put thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither answer in a matter of plea that thou wouldest to follow many turn aside from the truth, neither shalt thou paint a poor man's cause. When thou meetest thine enemy's ox or ass going astray, thou shalt bring them to him again. If thou see thine enemy's ass sink under his burthen, thou shalt not pass by and let him alone, but shalt help him to lift him up again. Thou shalt not hinder the right of the poor that are among you in their suit. Keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous see thou slay not, for will not justify the wicked. Thou shalt take no gifts, for gifts blind the seeing and pervert the words of the righteous. Thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for know the heart of stranger, because ye were strangers in Egypt. 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, and gather in the fruits thereof. And the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat, and what they leave the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner thou shalt do with thy vineyard and thine olive trees. 6 days thou shalt do thy work, and the 7th day thou shalt keep holy day, that thine ox and thine ass may rest, and the son of thy maid and the stranger may be refreshed. And in all things that have said unto you be circumspect, and make no rehearsal of the names of strange gods, neither let any man hear them out of your mouths. 3 feasts thou shalt hold unto me in a year. Thou shalt keep the feast of sweet bread, that thou eat unleavened bread 7 days long, as commanded thee in the time appointed of the month of Abib. For in that month thou camest out of Egypt, and see that no man appear before me empty. And the feast of harvest, when thou reapest the first fruits of thy labours which thou hast sown in the field. And the feast of ingathering in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labours out of the field. 3 times in a year shall all thy men children appear before the Lord Jehovah. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my feast remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt also not see the kid in his mother's milk. Behold, send mine angel before thee to keep thee in the way, and to bring thee into the place which have prepared. Beware of him, and hear his voice, and anger him not, for he will not spare your misdeeds, yea, and my name is in him. But and if thou shalt hearken unto his voice, and keep all that shall tell thee, then will be an enemy unto thine enemies, and an adversary unto thine adversaries. When mine angel goeth before thee, and hath brought thee in unto the Amorites, Hethites, Perizzites, Canaanites, Hivites, and Jebusites, and shall have destroyed them, see thou worship not their gods, neither serve them, neither do after the works of them, but overthrow them, and break down the places of them. And see that ye serve the Lord your God, and he shall bless thy bread and thy water, and will take all sicknesses away from among you. Moreover, there shall be no woman childless or unfruitful in thy land, and the number of thy days will fulfill. Will send my fear before thee, and will kill all the people whither thou shalt go, and will make all thine enemies turn their backs unto thee, and will send hornets before thee, and they shall drive out the Hivites, the Canaanites, and the Hethites before thee. Will not cast them out in 1 year, lest the land grow to a wilderness, and the beasts of the field multiply upon thee. But a little and a little will drive them out before thee, until thou be increased, that thou mayest inherit the land. And will make thy coasts from the Red Sea unto the sea of the Philistines, and from the desert unto the river. Will deliver the inhabitants of the land into thine hand, and thou shalt drive them out before thee. And thou shalt make none appointment with them, nor with their gods. Neither shall they dwell in thy land, lest they make thee sin against me. For if thou serve their gods, it forfief other, Yahuwah, will surely be thy decay. And he said unto Moses, Come unto the Lord, both thou and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and the 70 elders of Israel, and worship afar off. And Moses went himself alone unto the Lord, but they came not nigh, neither came the people up with him. And Moses came and told the people all the words of the Lord and all the laws. And all the people answered with one voice, and said, All the words which the Lord hath said will we do. Then Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, and rose up early, and made an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars according to the number of the 12 tribes of Israel, and sent young men of the children of Israel to sacrifice burnt offerings, and to offer peace offerings of oxen unto the Lord. And Moses took half of the blood and put it in basins, and the other half he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the book of the appointment, and read it in the audience of the people. And they said, All that the Lord hath said we will do and hear. And Moses took the blood, and sprinkled it on the people, and said, Behold, this is the blood of the appointment which the Lord hath made with you upon all these words. Then went Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and the 70 elders of Israel up, and saw the God of Israel, and under his feet as it were a brickwork of sapphire, and as it were the fashion of heaven when it is clear. And upon the nobles of the children of Israel he set not his hand. And when they had seen God, they ate and drank. And the Lord said unto Moses, Come up to me into the hill, and be there, and will give thee tables of stone, and a law and commandments, which have written to teach them. Then Moses rose up, and his minister Joshua, and Moses went up into the hill of God, and said unto the elders, Tarry ye here until we come again unto you. And behold, here is Aaron and Hur with you. If any man have any matters to do, let him come to them. When Moses was come up into the mount, a cloud covered the hill, and the glory of the Lord abode upon Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it 6 days. And the 7th day he called unto Moses out of the cloud. And the fashion of the glory of the Lord was like consuming fire on the top of the hill in the sight of the children of Israel. And Moses went into the mountain. And Moses was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. And the Lord talked with Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel that they give me an heave offering, and of every man that giveth it willingly with his heart ye shall take it. And this is the heave offering which ye shall take of them: gold, silver, and brass, and jacinth colour, scarlet, purple, bis, and goat's hair, ram's skins that are red, and the skins of taxus and sethim wood, oil for lights, and spices for anointing oil and for sweet scents, onyx stones and set stones for the ephod and for the breastlap. And they shall make me a sanctuary that may dwell among them. And as have showed thee the fashion of the habitation and of all the ornaments thereof, even so see that ye make it in all things. And they shall make an ark of sethim wood 2 cubits and an half long, 1 cubit and an half broad, and 1 cubit and an half high. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, both within and without, and shalt make an high upon it a crown of gold round about. And thou shalt cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in the 4 corners thereof, 2 rings on the one side of it, and 2 on the other. And thou shalt make staves of sethim wood, and cover them with gold, and put the staves in the rings along by the sides of the ark, to bear it withal. And the staves shall abide in the rings of the ark, and shall not be taken away. And thou shalt put in the ark the witness which shall give thee. And thou shalt make a mercy seat of pure gold 2 cubits and an half long, and 1 cubit and an half broad, and make 2 cherubims of thick gold on the 2 ends of the mercy seat, and set the one cherub on the one end, and the other on the other end of the mercy seat. So see that thou make them on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubims shall stretch their wings abroad over on high, and cover the mercy seat with their wings. And their faces shall look one to another. Even to the mercy seat ward shall the faces of the cherubims be. And thou shalt put the mercy seat above upon the ark. And in the ark thou shalt put the witness which will give thee. There will meet thee, and will commune with thee from upon the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubims which are upon the ark of witness, of all things which will give thee in commandment unto the children of Israel. Thou shalt also make a table of sethim wood of 2 cubits long, and 1 cubit broad, and 1 cubit and vive other. And I shall show v, other, and high, v, other, common, and half high, and cover it with pure gold, and make thereto a crown of gold round about. And make unto that an hoop of 4 fingers broad round about. And make a golden crown also to the hoop round about. And make for it 4 rings of gold, and put them in the corners that are on the 4 feet thereof. Even hard under the hoop shall the rings be, to put in staves to bear the table withal. And thou shalt make staves of sethim wood, and overlay them with gold, that the table may be borne with them. And thou shalt make his dishes, spoons, pots, and flat pieces to pour out withal of fine gold. And thou shalt set upon the table shewbread before me alway. And thou shalt make a candlestick of pure thick gold with his shaft, branches, bowls, knops, and flowers proceeding thereout. 6 branches shall proceed out of the sides of the candlestick, 3 out of the one side, and 3 out of the other. And there shall be 3 cups like unto almonds, with knops and flowers upon every one of the 6 branches that proceed out of the candlestick. And in the candlestick self 4 cups like unto almonds, with their knops and flowers, that there be a knop under every 2 branches of the 6 that proceed out of the candlestick. And the knops and the branches shall be altogether 1 piece of pure thick gold. And thou shalt make 7 lamps, and put them an high thereon, to give light unto the other side that is over against it, with snuffers and firepans of pure gold. 100-pound weight of fine gold shall make it with all the apparel. And see that thou make them after the fashion that was showed thee in the mount. And thou shalt make an habitation with 10 curtains of twined bis, jacinth, scarlet, and purple, and shalt make them with cherubims of broidered work. The length of a curtain shall be 28 cubits, and the breadth 4, and they shall be all of one measure. 5 curtains shall be coupled together one to another, and the other 5 likewise shall be coupled together one to another. Then shalt thou make loops of jacinth colour, along by the edge of the one curtain, even in the selvage of the coupling curtain. And likewise shalt thou make in the edge of the utmost curtain that is coupled therewith on the other side. 50 loops shalt thou make in the one curtain, and 50 in the edge of the other that is coupled therewith on the other side, so that the loops be one over against another. And thou shalt make 50 buttons of gold, and couple the curtain together with the buttons, that it may be an habitation. And thou shalt make 11 curtains of goat's hair to be a tent to cover the habitation. The length of a curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth 4, and they shall be all 11 of one measure. And thou shalt couple 5 by themselves, and the other 6 by themselves, and shalt double the 6th in the forefront of the tabernacle. And thou shalt make 50 loops in the edge of the utmost curtain on the one side, even in the coupling curtain, and as many in the edge of the coupling curtain on the other side. And thou shalt make 50 buttons of brass, and put them on the loops, and couple the tent together withal, that there may be one tabernacle. And the remnant that resteth in the curtains of the tent, even the breadth of half a curtain that resteth, shall be left on the backsides of the habitation, a cubit on the one side, and a cubit on the other side of that remaineth in the length of the curtains of the tabernacle, which shall remain of either side of the habitation to cover it withal. And thou shalt make another covering for the tent of rams' skins dyed red, and yet another above all of Taxus's skins. And thou shalt make boards for the habitation of Sethim wood to stand upright. 10 cubits long shall every board be, and a cubit and an half broad. 2 feet shall one board have to couple them together withal, and so thou shalt make unto all the boards of the habitation. And thou shalt make 20 boards for the habitation on the south side, and thou shalt make 40 sockets of silver, and put them under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under every board for their 2 feet. In like manner in the north side of the habitation there shall be 20 boards and 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under every board. And for the west end of the habitation shalt thou make 6 boards, and 2 boards more for the 2 west corners of the habitation, so that these 2 boards be coupled together beneath and likewise above with clamps. And so shall it be in both the corners. And so there shall be 8 boards in all, and 16 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under every board. And thou shalt make bars of Sethim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 for the other side, and 5 for the boards of the west end. And other, covering. The middle bar shall go along thorough the midst of the boards, and bar them together from the one end unto the other. And thou shalt cover the boards with gold, and make golden rings for them to put the bars thorough, and shalt cover the bars with gold also. And rear up the habitation according to the fashion thereof that was showed thee in the mount. And thou shalt make a veil of jacinth, of scarlet, purple, and twined bis, and shalt make it of broidered work and full of cherubims, and hang it upon 4 pillars of Sethim wood covered with gold, and that their knops be covered with gold also, and stand upon 4 sockets of silver. And thou shalt hang up the veil with rings, and shall bring in within the veil the ark of witness, and the veil shall divide the holy from the most holy. And thou shalt put the mercy seat upon the ark of witness in the holiest place. And thou shalt put the table without the veil and candlestick over against the table upon the south side of the habitation, and put the table on the north side. And thou shalt make an hanging for the door of the tabernacle, of jacinth, of scarlet, of purple, and of twined bis, wrought with needlework. And thou shalt make for the hanging 5 pillars of Sethim wood, and cover both them and their knops with gold, and shalt cast 5 sockets of brass for them. And thou shalt make an altar of Sethim wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad, that it be 4 square and 3 cubits high, and make it horns proceeding out in the 4 corners of it, and cover it with brass. And make his ashpans, shovels, basins, flesh hooks, firepans, and all the apparel thereof of brass, after the fashion of a net, and put upon the net 4 rings, even in the 4 corners of it, and put it be neath under the compass of the altar, and let the net reach unto the one half of the altar. And make staves for the altar of Sethim wood, and cover them with brass, and let them be put in rings along by the sides of the altar, to bear it withal. And make the altar hollow with boards, even as it was showed thee in the mount, so let them make it. And thou shalt make a court unto the habitation, which shall have in the south side hangings of twined bis, being 100 cubits long, and 20 pillars thereof with their 20 sockets of brass, but the knops of the pillars and their hoops shall be silver. In like other, middies. Wise on the north side there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, and 20 pillars with their sockets of brass, and the knops and the hoops of silver. And in the breadth of the court westward there shall be hangings of 50 cubits long, and 10 pillars with their 10 sockets. And in the breadth of the court eastward toward the rising of the sun shall be hangings of 50 cubits, hangings of 15 cubits in the one side of it with 3 pillars, and 3 sockets, And likewise on the other side shall be hangings of 15 cubits with 3 pillars and 3 sockets. And in the gate of the court shall be a veil of 20 cubits, of jacinth, scarlet, purple, and twined biss wrought with needlework, and 4 pillars with their 4 sockets. All the pillars round about the court shall be hooped with silver, and their knops of silver, and their sockets of brass. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50, and the height 5. And the hangings shall be of twined biss, and the sockets of brass. And all the vessels of the habitation to all manner service, and the pins thereof. Yea, and the pins also of the court shall be brass. And command the children of Israel that they give the pure oil olive beaten for the lights to pour alway into the lamps. In the tabernacle of witness without the veil which is before the witness, shall Aaron and his sons dress it both even and morning before the Lord. And it shall be a duty forever unto your generations after you, to be given of the children of Israel. And take thou unto thee Aaron thy brother and his sons with him from among the children of Israel, that he may minister unto me, both Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar, Aaron's sons. And thou shalt make holy raiment for Aaron thy brother, both honorable and glorious. Moreover speak unto all that are wise-hearted, which have filled with the spirit of wisdom, that they make Aaron's raiment to consecrate him with, that he may minister unto me. These are the garments which they shall make: a breastlap, ephod, a tunicle, a straightcoat, a mitre, and a girdle. And they shall make holy garments for Aaron thy brother and his sons, that he may minister unto me. And they shall take thereto gold, jacinth, scarlet, purple, and biss. And they shall make the ephod of gold, jacinth, scarlet, purple, and white twined biss with broidered work. The 2 sides shall come together, closed up in the edges thereof. And the girdle of the ephod shall be of the same workmanship and of the same stuff, even of gold, jacinth, scarlet, purple, and twined biss. And thou shalt take 2 onyx stones, and grave in them the names of the children of Israel. Fix in the one stone, and the other fix in the other stone, according to the order of their birth. After the work of a stone graver, even as signets are graven, shalt thou grave the 2 stones with the names of the children of Israel, and shalt make them to be set in ouches of gold. And thou shalt put the 2 stones upon the 2 shoulders of the ephod, and they shall be stones of remembrance unto the children of Israel. And Aaron shall bear their names before the Lord upon his 2 shoulders for a remembrance. And thou shalt make hooks of gold, and 2 chains of fine gold, link work and wreathed, and fasten the wreathed chains to the hooks. And thou shalt make the breastlap of ensample with broidered work. Even after the work of the ephod shalt thou make it. Of gold, jacinth, scar. Let purple and twined biss shalt thou make it. 4 square it shall be, and double, an hand breadth long, and an hand breadth broad. And thou shalt fill it with 4 rows of stones. In the first row shall be a sardius, a topaz, and smaragdus. The second row a ruby, sapphire, and diamond. The third, ligurius, an acat, and amethyst. The fourth, a turquoise, onyx, and jasper. And they shall be set in gold in their enclosures. And the stones shall be graven as signets be graven, with the names of the children of Israel, even with 12 names, every one with his name according to the 12 tribes. And thou shalt make upon the breastlap 2 fastening chains of pure gold and wreathen work. And thou shalt make likewise upon the breastlap 2 rings of gold, and put them on the edges of the breastlap. And put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings which are in the edges of the breastlap. And the 2 ends of the 2 chains thou shalt fasten in the 2 rings, and put them upon the shoulders of the ephod, on the foreside of it. And thou shalt yet make 2 rings of gold, and put them in the 2 edges of the breastlap, even in the borders thereof, toward the inside of the ephod that is over against it. And yet 2 other rings of gold thou shalt make, and put them on the 2 sides of the ephod, beneath over against the breast. Other, judgment. Lap below where the sides are joined together upon the broidered girdle of the ephod. And they shall bind the breastlap by his rings unto the rings of the ephod with a lace of jacinth, that it may lie close unto the broidered girdle of the ephod, that the breastlap be not loused from the ephod. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children Israel in the breastlap of ensample upon his heart, when he goeth into the holy place, for a remembrance before the Lord alway. And thou shalt put in the breastlap of ensample light and perfectness, that they be even upon Aaron's heart when he goeth in before the Lord, and Aaron shall bear the example of the children of Israel upon his heart before the Lord alway. And thou shalt make the tunicle unto the ephod altogether of jacinth, and there shall be an hole for the head in the midst of it, and let there be a bond of woven work round about the collar of it, as it were the collar of a partlet, that it rend not. And beneath upon the hem thou shalt make pomegranates of jacinth, of scarlet and of purple round about the hem, and bells of gold between them round about, that there be ever a golden bell and a golden bell and a pomegranate round about upon the hem of the tunicle. And Aaron shall have it upon him when he ministereth, that the sound may be heard when he goeth into the holy place before the Lord, and when he cometh out, that he die not. And thou shalt make a plate of pure gold, and grave thereon, as signets are graven, the holiness of the Lord, and put it on a lace of jacinth, and tie it unto the mitre upon the forefront of it, that it be upon Aaron's forehead, that Aaron bear the sin of the holy things which the children of Israel have hallowed in all their holy gifts. And it shall be always upon Aaron's forehead, that they may be accepted before the Lord. And thou shalt make an alb of bis, and thou shalt make a mitre of bis, and a girdle of needlework. And thou shalt make for Aaron's sons also coats, girdles, and bonnets honourable and glorious. And thou shalt put them upon Aaron thy brother, and on his sons with him, and shalt anoint them, and fill their hands, and consecrate them, that they may minister unto me. And thou shalt make them linen breeches to cover their privates. From the loins unto the thighs shall they reach, and they shall be upon Aaron and the other privities, his sons, when they go into the tabernacle of witness, or when they go unto the altar to minister in holiness, that they bear no sin and so die. And it shall be a law forever unto Aaron and his seed after him. This is the thing that thou shalt do unto them when thou hallowest them to be my priests. Take 1 ox and 2 rams that are without blemish, and unleavened bread and cakes of sweet bread tempered with oil, and wafers of sweet bread anointed with oil. Of wheaten flour shalt thou make them, and put them in a mound, and bring them in the mound with the oil and the 2 rams. And bring Aaron and his sons unto the door of the tabernacle of witness, and wash them with water, and take the garments, and put upon Aaron the straitcoat and the tunicle of the ephod, and the ephod and the breastlap, and girth them to him with the broidered girdle of the ephod, and put the mitre upon his head, and put the holy crown upon the mitre. Then take the anointing oil, and pour it upon his head, and anoint him. And bring his sons, and put albers upon them, and girth them with girdles, as well Aaron as his sons, and put the bonnets on them, that the priest's office may be theirs for a perpetual law. And fill the hands of Aaron and of his sons, and bring the ox before the tabernacle of witness. And let Aaron and his sons put their hands upon his head, and kill him before the Lord in the door of the tabernacle of witness. And take of the blood of the ox, and put it upon the horns of the altar with thy finger, and pour all the blood upon the bottom of the altar, and take all the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul that is on the liver, and the 2 kidneys with the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. But the flesh of the ox, and his skin and his dung, shalt thou burn with fire, without the host, for it is a sin offering. Then take 1 of the rams, and let Aaron and his sons put their hands upon the head of the ram, and cause him to be slain, and take of his blood, and sprinkle it round about upon the altar, and cut the ram in pieces, and wash the inwards of him and his legs, and put them unto the pieces and unto his head, and burn the whole ram upon the altar. For it is a burnt offering unto the Lord, and a sweet savour of the Lord's sacrifice. And take the other ram, and let Aaron and his sons put their hands upon his head, and let him then be killed. And take of his blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron and of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hands, and upon the great toe of their right feet, and sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. Then take of the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron and his vestments, and upon his sons, and upon their garments also. Then is he and his clothes holy, and his sons and their clothes holy also. Then take the fat of the ram and his rump, and the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul of the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder, for that ram is a full offering, and a simnel of bread, and a cake of oiled bread, and a wafer out of the basket of sweet bread that is before the Lord, and put all upon the hands of Aaron and on the hands of his sons, and wave them in and out a wave offering unto the Lord. Then take it from off their hands, and burn it upon the altar, even upon the burnt offering, to be a savour of sweetness before the Lord. For it is a sacrifice unto the Lord. Then take the breast of the ram that is Aaron's full offering, and wave it a wave offering before the Lord, and let that be thy part. And sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved and heaved up of the ram, which is the full offering of Aaron and of his sons. And it shall be Aaron's and his sons' duty forever of the children of Israel, for it is an heave offering. And the heave offering shall be the Lord's duty of the children of Israel, even of the sacrifice of their peace offerings which they heave unto the Lord. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to anoint them therein, and to fill their hands therein. And that son that is priest in his stead after him shall put them on 7 days, that he go into the tabernacle of witness to minister in the holy place. Then take the ram that is the full offering, and seethe his flesh in an holy place. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of him, and the bread that is in the basket, even in the door of the tabernacle of witness. And they shall eat them, because the atonement was made therewith to fill their hands and to sanctify them. But a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. If aught of the flesh of the full offerings or of the bread remain unto the morning, thou shalt burn it with fire, for it shall not be eaten, because it is holy. And see thou do unto Aaron and his sons even so in all things as have commanded thee, that thou fill their hands 7 days, and offer every day an ox for a sin offering, for to reconcile with all. And thou shalt hallow the altar when thou reconcilest it, and shalt anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days thou shalt reconcile the altar and sanctify it, that it may be an altar most holy, so that no man may twitch it but they that be consecrate. This is that which thou shalt offer upon the altar: 2 lambs of 1 year old, day by day forever. The one thou shalt offer in the morning, and the other at even. And unto the one lamb take a 10th deal of flour mingled with the 4th part of an hin of beaten oil, and the 4th part of an hin of wine for a drink offering. And the other lamb thou shalt offer at even, and shalt do thereto according to the meat offering and drink offering in the morning, to be an odour of a sweet savour of the sacrifice of the Lord. And it shall be a continual burnt offering among your children after you, in the door of the tabernacle of witness before the Lord, where will meet you to speak unto you there. They will meet with the children of Israel, and will be sanctified in mine honour, and will sanctify the tabernacle of witness and the altar, and will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons to be my priests, and moreover will dwell among the children of Israel, and will be their God. And they shall know that I am the Lord their God, that brought them out of the land of Egypt, for to dwell among them, even the Lord their God. And thou shalt make an altar to burn cense therein, of sethim wood. 1 cubit long and 1 cubit broad, even 4 shall it be, and 2 cubits high, with horns proceeding out of it. And thou shalt overlay it with fine gold, both the roof and the walls round about, and his horns also, and shalt make unto it a crown of gold round about, and 2 golden rings on either side, even under the crown, to put staves therein, for to bear it withal. And thou shalt make the staves of sethim wood, and cover them with gold. And thou shalt put it be for the veil that hangeth before the ark of witness, and before the mercy seat that is before the witness, where will meet thee. And Aaron shall burn thereon sweet scents every morning when he dresseth the lamps. And likewise at even when he setteth up the lamps he shall burn scents perpetually be, for the Lord thorough out your generations. Ye shall put no strange scents thereon, neither burnt sacrifice nor meat offering, neither pour any drink offering thereon. And Aaron shall reconcile his horns once in a year with the blood of the sin of fairing of reconciling. Even once in the year shall he reconcile it thorough your generations. And so is it most holy unto the Lord. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, When thou takest the sum of the children of Israel, and tellest them, they shall give every man a reconciling of his soul unto the Lord, that there be no plague among them when thou tellest them. And thus much shall every man give that goeth in the number, 1/2 sickle after the holy sickle. A sickle is 20 gerahs, and 1/2 sickle shall be the heave offering unto the Lord. And all that are numbered of them that are 20-year-old and above shall give an heave offering unto the Lord. The rich shall not pass, and the poor shall not go under 1/2 sickle, when they give an heave offering unto the Lord for the atonement of their souls. And thou shalt take the reconciling money of the children of Israel, and shalt put it unto the use of the tabernacle of witness, and it shall be a memorial of the children of Israel before the Lord, to make atonement for their souls. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Thou shalt make a laver of brass, and his foot also of brass, to wash withal, and shalt put it between the tabernacle of witness and the altar, and put water therein, that Aaron and his sons may wash both their hands and their feet thereout, when they go into the tabernacle of witness, or when they go unto the altar to minister and to burn the Lord's offering, lest they die. And it shall be an ordinance forever unto him and his seed among your children after you. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Take principal spices, of pure myrrh 500 cycles, of sweet cinnamon half so much 250 sickles, of sweet calamite 250, of cassia 250 after the holy sickle, and of oil, olive, and hin, and make of them holy anointing oil, even an oil compound after the craft of the apothecary. And anoint the tabernacle of witness therewith, and the ark of witness, and the table with all his apparel, and the candlestick with all his ordnance, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt sacrifice and all his vessels, and the laver and his foot. And sacrifice them that they may be most holy, so that no man twitch them but they, that be hallowed. And anoint Aaron and his sons, and consecrate them to minister unto me. And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, This shall be an holy anointing oil unto me throughout your generations. No man's flesh shall be anointed therewith, neither shall ye make any other after the making of it, for it is holy. See therefore that ye take it for holy. Whosoever maketh like that, or whosoever putteth any of it upon a stranger, shall perish from among his people. And the Lord said unto Moses, Take unto thee sweet spices, stacte, onycha, sweet galbanum, and pure frankincense, of each like much, and make sense of them compounded after the craft of the apothecary, mingled together that it may be made pure and holy. And beat it to powder, and put it before the witness in the tabernacle of witness, where will meet thee, but let it be unto you holy. And see that ye make none after the making of that, but let it be unto you holy for the Lord. And whosoever shall make like unto that to smell thereto shall perish from among his people. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Behold, have called by name Bezaleel the son of Uri's son to Hur of the tribe of Judah, and have filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, even in all manner work, to find out subtle feats, to work in gold, silver, and brass, and with the craft to grave stones, to set and to carve in timber, and to work in all manner workmanship. And behold, have given him to be his companion Ahaliab the son of Ahisamach of the tribe of Dan, and in the hearts of all that are wise-hearted have put wisdom to make all that have commanded thee, the tabernacle of witness, and the ark of witness, and the myrrh syciate that is thereupon, all the ornaments of the tabernacle, and the table with his ordnance, and the pure candlestick with all his apparel, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offerings with all his vessels, and the laver with his foot, and the vestments to minister in, and the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons to minister in, and the anointing oil, and the sweet scents for the sanctuary. According to all as have commanded thee shall they do. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say, In any wise see that ye keep my Sabbath, for it shall be a sign between me and you in your generations, for to know that the Lord do sanctify you. Keep my Sabbath therefore, that it be an holy thing unto you. He that defileth it shall be slain therefore. For whosoever worketh therein, the same soul shall be rooted out from among his people. 6 days shall men work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of the holy rest of the Lord, so that whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day shall die for it. Wherefore let the children of Israel keep the Sabbath, that they observe it throughout their generations, that it be an appointment forever. For it shall be a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and the 7th day he rested and was refreshed. And when he had made an end of communing with Moses upon the Mount Sinai, he gave him 2 tables of witness, which were of stone and written with the finger of God. And when the people saw that it was long, or Moses came down out of the mountain, they gathered themselves together and came unto Aaron and said unto him, Up and make us a god to go before us. For of this Moses, the fellow that brought us out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what is become. And Aaron said unto them, Pluck off the golden earrings which are in the ears of your wives, your sons, and of your daughters, and bring them unto me. And all the people plucked off the golden earrings that were in their ears, and brought them unto Aaron. And he received them of their hands, and fashioned it with a graver, and made it a calf of molten metal. And they said, This is thy God, O Israel, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. And when Aaron saw that, he made an altar before it, and made a proclamation, saying, Tomorrow shall be holy day unto the Lord. And they rose up in the morning, and offered burnt offerings, and brought offerings of atonement also. And then they sat them down to eat and drink, and rose up again to play. Then the Lord said unto Moses, Go get thee down, for thy people which thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt have marred all they are turned at once out of the way which commanded them, and have made them a calf of molten metal, and have worshipped it, and have offered thereto, and have said, This is thy God, thou Israel, which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt. And the Lord said unto Moses, Behold, see this people, that it is a stiff-necked people, and now therefore suffer me that my wrath may wax hot upon them, and that may consume them, and then will make of thee a mighty people. Then Moses besought the Lord his God, and said, O Lord, why should thy wrath wax hot upon thy people which thou hast brought out of the land of Egypt with great power and with a mighty hand? Wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say, For a mischief did he bring them out, even for to slay them in the mountains and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from thy fierce wrath and have compass Sion over the wickedness of thy people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel thy servants, to whom thou sworest by thine own self and saidest unto them, Will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all this land which have said will give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord refrained himself from that evil, which he said he would do unto his people. And Moses turned his back and went down from the hill, and the 2 tables of witness in his hand, which were written on both the leaves and were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God graven upon the tables. And when Joshua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moses, There is a noise of war in the host. And he said, It is not the cry of them that have the mastery, nor of them that have the worse, but do hear the noise of singing. And as soon as he came nigh unto the host and saw the calf and the dancing, his wrath waxed hot, and he cast the tables out of his hand, and brake them even at the hill foot. And they took the calf which they had made, and burned it with fire, and stamped it unto powder, and strowed it in the water, and made the children of Israel drink. And then Moses said unto Aaron, What did this people unto thee, that thou hast brought so great a sin upon them? And Aaron said, Let not the wrath of my Lord wax fierce, thou knowest the people that they are even set on mischief. They said unto me, Make us a god to go before us, for we wot not what is become of Moses, the fellow that brought us out of the land of Egypt. And said unto them, Let them that have gold take and bring it me, and cast it into the fire, and thereof came out this calf. When Moses saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked unto their shame when they made insurrection, he went and stood in the gate of the host, and said, If any man pertain unto thee, Lord, let him come to me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together, and came unto him. And he said unto them, Thus saith the Lord of Israel, Put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the host, and slay every man his brother, every man his friend, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did as Moses had said. And there were slain of the people the same day about 3,000 men. Then Moses said, Fill your hands unto the Lord this day, every man upon his son and upon his brother, to bring upon you a blessing this day. And on the morrow Moses said unto the people, Ye have sinned a great sin, but now will go up unto the Lord, to wit whether can make an atonement for your sin. And Moses went again unto the Lord, and said, O this people have sinned a great sin, and have made them a god of gold. Yet forgive them their sin, pray thee, if not wipe me out of thy book which thou hast written. And the Lord said unto Moses, Will put him out of my book that hath sinned against me. But go and bring the people unto the land which said unto thee, Behold, mine and Gel shall go before thee. Never the later in the day when will visit their sin upon them. And the Lord plagued the people, because they made the calf which Aaron made. And the Lord said unto Moses, Depart and go hence, both thou and the people which thou hast brought out of the land of Egypt, unto the land which swore unto Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, Unto thy seed will give it, and will send an angel before thee, and will cast out the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Hethites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, that thou mayest go into a land that floweth with milk and honey. But will not go among you myself, for ye are a stiff-necked people, lest consume you by the way. And when the people heard this evil tidings, they sorrowed, and no man did put on his best raiment. And the Lord spake unto Moses, Say unto the children of Israel, Ye are a stiff-necked people, must come once suddenly upon you, and make an end of you. But now put your goodly raiment from you, that may wait what to do unto you. And the children of Israel laid their goodly raiment from them, even under the Mount Horeb. And Moses took the tabernacle, and pitched it without the host, afar off from the host, and called it the tabernacle of witness. And all that would ask any question of the Lord went out unto the tabernacle of witness which was without the host. And when Moses went out unto the tabernacle, all the people rose up, and stood every man in his tent door, and looked after Moses, until he was gone into the tabernacle. And as soon as Moses was entered into the tabernacle, the cloud and pillar descended and stood in the door of the tabernacle, and he talked with Moses. And when all the people saw the cloud and pillar stand in the tabernacle door, they rose up and worshipped, every man in his tent door. And the Lord spake unto Moses face to face, as a man speaketh unto his friend. And when Moses turned again into the host, the lad Joshua his servant, the son of Nun, departed not out of the tabernacle. And Moses said unto the Lord, See, thou saidest unto me, Lead this people forth. But thou showest me not whom thou wilt send with me. And hast said moreover, Know thee by name, and thou hast also found grace in my sight. Now therefore, if have found favour in thy sight, then show me thy way, and let me know thee, that may find grace in thy sight. And look on this also, how that this nation is thy people. And he said, My presence shall go with thee, and will give thee rest. And he said, If thy presence go not with me, carry us not hence. For how shall it be known now that both and thy people have found favour in thy sight? But in that thou goest with us, that both and thy people have a preeminence before all the people that are upon the face of the earth. And the Lord said unto Moses, Will do this also that thou hast said, for thou hast found grace in my sight, and know thee by name. And he said, Beseech thee, show me thy glory. And he said, Will make all my good go before thee, and will be called in this name Jehovah before thee, and will show mercy to whom show mercy, and will have compassion on whom have compassion. And he said furthermore, Thou mayst not see my face, for there shall no man see me and live. And the Lord said, Behold, there is a place by me, and thou shalt stand upon a rock, and while my glory goeth forth, will put thee in a clift of the rock, and will put mine hand upon thee while pass by. And then will take away mine hand, and thou shalt see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen. Viv. Other. Yehuah. And the Lord said unto Moses, Hew the 2 tables of stone like unto the first, that may write in them the words which were in the first 2 tables, which thou breakest. And be ready against the morning, that thou mayest come up early unto the mount of Sinai, and stand me there upon the top of the mount. But let no man come up with thee, neither let any man be seen thoroughout all the mount, neither let sheep nor oxen feed before the hill. And Moses hewed 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and rose up early in the morning, and went up unto the mount of Sinai, as the Lord commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 tables of stone. And the Lord descended in the cloud, and stood with him there. And he called upon the name of the Lord. And when the Lord walked before him, he cried, Lord, Lord God, full of compassion and mercy, which art not lightly angry, but abundant in mercy and truth, and keepest mercy in store for thousands, and forgivest wickedness, trespass, and sin. For there is no man innocent before thee. And attest the wickedness of the fathers upon the children, and upon children's children, even unto the 3rd and 4th generation. And Moses bowed himself to the earth quickly, and worshipped, and said, If have found grace in thy sight, O Lord, then let my Lord go with us, for it is a stubborn people, and have mercy upon our wickedness and our sin, and let us be thine inheritance. And he said, Behold, make an appointment before all this people that will do marvels, such as have not been done in all the world, neither among any nation. And all the people among which thou art shall see the work of the Lord, for it is a terrible thing that will do with thee. Keep all that command thee this day, and behold, will cast out before thee the Amorites, Canaanites, Hethites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. Take heed to thyself that thou make no compact with the inhabitants of the land whither thou goest, lest it be cause of ruin among you. But overthrow their altars, and break their pillars, and cut down their groves, for thou shalt worship no strange god. For the Lord is called jealous, because he is a jealous God. Lest if thou make any agreement with the inhabitants of the land, when they go a-whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods, they call thee, and thou eat of their sacrifice, and thou take of their daughters. Other. Stowed. Unto thy sons, and when their daughters go a-whoring after their gods, they make thy sons go a-whoring after their gods also. Thou shalt make thee no gods of metal. The feast of sweet bread shalt thou keep, and 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, as commanded thee, in the time appointed in the month of Abib. For in the month of Abib thou camest out of Egypt. All that breaketh up the matrix shall be mine, and all that breaketh the matrix among thy cattle, if it be male, whether it be ox or sheep. But the first of the ass thou shalt buy out with a sheep, or if thou redeem him not, see thou break his neck. All the firstborn of thy sons thou must needs redeem, and see that no man appear before me empty. 6 days thou shalt work, and the 7th thou shalt rest, both from earing and reaping. Thou shalt observe the feast of weeks with the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering at the year's end. Thrice in a year shall all your men children appear before the Lord Jehovah God of Israel. For will cast out the nations before thee, and will enlarge thy coasts, so that no man shall desire thy land, while thou goest up to appear before the face of the Lord thy God thrice in the year. Thou shalt not have for the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall aught of the sacrifice of the feast of Passover be left unto the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring unto the house of the Lord thy God. And see that thou seethe not a kid in his mother's milk. And the Lord said unto Moses, Write these words, for upon these words have made a covenant with thee and with the children of Israel. And he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights, and neither ate bread nor drank water. And he wrote in the tables the words of the covenant, even 10 verses. And Moses came down from Mount Sinai, and the 2 tables of witness in his hand. And yet he wist not that the skin of his face shone with beams of his communing with him. And when Aaron and all the children of Israel looked upon Moses and saw that the skin of his face shone with beams, they were afraid to come nigh him. But he called them to him. And then Aaron and all the chief of the company came unto him, and Moses talked with them. And at the last all the children of Israel came unto him, and he commanded them all that the Lord had said unto him Yahuwah, in Mount Sinai. And as soon as he had made an end of communing with them, he put a covering upon his face. But when he went before the Lord to speak with him, he took the covering off until he came out. And he came out and spake unto the children of Israel that which he was commanded. And the children of Israel saw the face of Moses, that the skin of his face shone with beams. But Moses put a covering upon his face until he went in to commune with him. And Moses gathered all the company of the children of Israel together, and said unto them, These are the things which the Lord hath commanded to do. 6 days ye shall work, but the 7th day shall be unto you the holy Sabbath of the Lord's rest, so that whosoever doth any work therein shall die. Moreover ye shall kindle no fire thorough out all your habitations upon the Sabbath day. And Moses spake unto all the multitude of the children of Israel, saying, This is the thing which the Lord commanded, saying, Give from among you an heave offering unto the Lord. All that are willing in their hearts shall bring heave offerings unto the Lord, gold, silver, brass, jacinth, scarlet, purple, bis, and goat's hair, rams, skins red, and taxus skins, and sethim wood, and oil for lights, and spices for the anointing oil, and for the sweet scents, and onyx stones, and stones to be set for the ephod, and for the breastlap. And let all them that are wise-hearted among you come and make all that the Lord hath commanded, the habitation and the tent thereof with his covering and his rings, boards, bars, pillars, and sockets, the ark and the staves thereof with the mercy seat and the veil that covereth it, the table and his staves with all that pertaineth thereto, and the shew bread, the candlestick of light with his apparel and his lamps and the oil for the lights, the cense altar and his staves, the anointing oil and the sweet scents and the hanging before the tabernacle door, the altar of burnt sacrifices and his brazen gridiron that longeth thereto with his staves, and all his ordinance and the laver and his foot, the hangings of the court with his pillars and their sockets, and the hanging to the door of the court, the pins of the habitation and the pins of the court with their boards, the ministering garments to minister with in holiness, and the holy vestments of Aaron the priest and the vestments of his sons to minister in. And all the company of the children of Israel departed from the presence of Moses. And they went, as many as their hearts couraged them, and as many as their spirits made them willing, and brought heave offerings unto the Lord, to the making of the tabernacle of witness, and for all his uses, and for the holy vestments. And the men came with the women, even as many as were willing-hearted, and brought bracelets, earrings, rings, and girdles, and all manner jewels of gold. And all the men that wave offerings of gold unto the Lord, and every man with whom was found jacinth, scarlet, purple, bis, or goat's hair, or red skins of rams, or taxus skins, brought it. And all that hove up gold or brass brought an heave offering unto the Lord. And all men with whom was found sethim wood meat for any manner work or service brought it. And all the women that were wise-hearted to work with their hands span, and brought the spun work, both of jacinth, scarlet, purple, and bis. And all the women that excelled in wisdom of heart span the goat's hair. And the lords brought onyx stones and set stones for the ephod, and for the breastlap and spice and oil, both for the lights and for the anointing oil and for the sweet scents. And the children of Israel brought willing offerings unto the Lord, both men and women, as many as their hearts made them willing to bring, for all manner works which the Lord had commanded to make by the hand of Moses. And Moses said unto the children of Israel, Behold, the Lord hath called by name Bezaleel the son of Uri, the son of Hur of the tribe of Judah, and hath filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, even in all manner work, and to find out curious works, to work in gold, silver, and brass, and with graving of stones to set, and with carving in wood, and to work in all manner of subtle works. And he hath put in his heart the grace to teach. Both him and Ahaliab the son of Ahisamach of the tribe of Dan hath he filled with wisdom of heart, to work all manner of graven work. They are also broiderers and workers with needle in jacinth, scarlet, purple, and bis, and are weavers that can make all manner work and can devise subtle works. And Bezaleel wrought and Ahaliab and all wise-hearted men to whom the Lord had given wisdom and understanding, to know how to work all manner work for the holy service, in all that the Lord commanded. And Moses called for Bezaleel, Ahaliab, and all the wise-hearted men in whose hearts the Lord had put wisdom, even as many as their hearts courage to come unto the work to work it. And they received of Moses all the heave offerings which the children of Israel had brought for the work of the holy service to make it withal. And they brought beside that willing offerings every morning. And all the wise men that wrought all the holy work came every man from his work which they made, and spake unto Moses, saying, The people bring too much, and above that is enough to serve for the work which the Lord hath commanded to make. And then Moses gave a commandment, and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the host, saying, See that neither man nor woman prepare any more work for the holy heave offering. And so the people were forbidden to bring, for the stuff they had was sufficient for them unto all the work to make it, and too much. And all the wise-hearted men among them that wrought in the work of the habitation made, even 10 curtains of twined bis, jacinth, scarlet, and purple, and made them full of cherubims with broidered work. The length of one curtain was 28 cubits, and the breadth 4, and were all of one size. And they coupled 5 curtains by themselves, and other 5 by themselves. And they made 50 loops of jacinth along by the edge of the utmost curtain, even in the selvage of the coupling curtain. And likewise they made on the side of the utmost coupling curtain on the other side. 50 loops they made in the one curtain, and 50 in the edge of the coupling curtain on the other side, so that the loops were one over against another. And they made 50 rings of gold, and coupled the curtains one to another with the rings. And so was it made a dwelling place. And they made 11 curtains of goat's hair to be a tent over the tabernacle, 30 cubits long apiece, and 4 cubits broad. And they all 11 of one size. And they coupled 5 by themselves, and 6 by themselves. And they made 50 loops along by the border of the utmost coupling curtain on the one side, and 50 in the edge of the coupling curtain on the other side. And they made 50 rings of brass to couple the tent together, that it might be one. And they made a covering unto the tent of ram's skins red, and yet another of tax's skins above all. And they made boards for the dwelling place of Sethim wood that stood upright, every board 10 cubits long, and a cubit and an half broad. And they made 2 feet to every board of the dwelling place, joining one to another. And they made 20 boards for the south side of the habitation, and 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under every board, even for the 2 feet of them. And for the other side of the dwelling toward the north, they made other 20 boards with 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under every board. And behind in the end of the tabernacle toward the west, they made 6 boards and 2 other boards for the corners of the habitation behind. And they were joined close both beneath and also above with clamps, and thus they did to both the corners. So they were in all 8 boards and 16 sockets, under every board 2 sockets. And they made bars of Sethim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the habitation, and 5 for the other, and 5 for the boards of the west end of the habitation. And they made the middle bar to shoot thorough the boards, even from the one end to the other, and overlaid the boards with gold, and made them rings of gold to thrust the bars thorough, and covered the bars with gold. And they made an hanging of jacinth, of scarlet, purple, and twined bis, with cherubims of broidered work, and made thereunto 4 pillars of Sethim wood, and overlaid them with gold. Their knops were also of gold, and they cast for them 4 sockets of silver. And they made an hanging for the tabernacle door, of jacinth, scarlet, purple, and twined bis of needlework, and the pillars of it were 5 with their knops, and overlaid the heads of them and the hoops with gold, with their 5 sockets of brass. And Bezaleel made the ark of Sethim wood 2 cubits and an half long, and a cubit and a half broad, and a cubit and a half high, and overlaid it with fine gold both within and without, and made a crown of gold to it round about, and cast for it 4 rings of gold for the 4 corners of it, 2 rings for the one side and 2 for the other, and made staves of Sethim wood, and covered them with gold, and put the staves in the rings along by the side of the ark to bear it withal. And he made the mercyseat of pure gold 2 cubits and a half long, and 1 cubit and a half broad, and made 2 cherubims of thick gold upon the 2 ends of the mercy seat, 1 cherub on the one end, and another cherub on the other end of the mercy seat. And the cherubims spread out their wings above on high, and covered the mercy seat therewith. And their faces were one to another, even to the mercy seat ward were the faces of the cherubims. And he made the table of satin wood 2 cubits long and a cubit broad, and a cubit and an half high, and overlaid it with fine gold, and made thereto a crown of gold round about, and made thereto an hoop of an hand breadth round about, and made unto the hoop a crown of gold round about, and cast for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings in the 4 corners by the feet, even under the hoop to put staves in to bear the table withal. And he made staves of satin wood, and covered them with gold to bear the table withal, and made the vessels that were on the table of pure gold, the dishes, spoons, flat pieces, and pots to pour withal. And he made the candlestick of pure thick gold, both the candlestick and his shaft, with branches, bowls, knops, and flowers proceeding out of it. 6 branches proceeding out of the sides thereof, 3 out of the one side, and 3 out of the other. And on every branch were 3 cups like unto almonds, with knops and flowers thorough out the 6 branches that proceeded out of the candlestick. And upon the candlestick self were 4 cups after the fashion of almonds, with knops and flowers, under every 2 branches a knop. And the knops and the branches proceeded out of it, and were all 1 piece of pure thick gold. And he made 7 lamps thereto, and the snuffers thereof, and firepans of pure gold. 100 weight of pure gold made both it and all that be long thereto. And he made the cense altar of satin wood of a cubit long and a cubit broad, even 4 square and 2 cubits high, with horns proceeding out of it. And he covered it with pure gold, both the top and the sides round about, and the horns of it, and made unto it a crown of gold round about. And he made 2 rings of gold unto it, even under the crown upon either side of it, to put staves in for to bear it withal, and made staves of satin wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he made the holy anointing oil and the sweet pure incense after the apothecary's craft. And he made the burnt offering altar of satin wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad, even 4 square and 3 v other, and high, cubits high. And he made horns in the 4 corners of it proceeding out of it, and overlaid it with brass. And he made all the vessels of the altar, the cauldrons, shovels, basins, flesh hooks, and coal pans, all of brass. And he made a brazen gridiron of network unto the altar round about alow beneath, under the compass of the altar, so that it reached unto half the altar, and cast 4 rings of brass for the 4 ends of the grid, iron to put staves in. And he made staves of satin wood, and covered them with brass, and put the staves in the rings along by the altar side to bear it withal, and made the altar hollow with boards. And he made the laver of brass, and the foot of it also of brass, in the sight of them that did watch be for the door of the tabernacle of witness. And he made the court with hangings of twined bis of 100 cubits long upon the south side, and 20 pillars with 20 sockets of brass. But the knops of the pillars and the hoops were silver. And on the north side the hangings were 100 cubits long, with 20 pillars and 20 sockets of brass. But the knops and the hoops of the pillars were of silver. And on the west side were hangings of 50 cubits long, and 10 pillars with their 10 sockets, and the knops and the hoops of the pillars were silver. And on the east side toward the sun rising were hangings of 50 cubits. The hangings of the one side of the gate were 15 cubits long, and their pillars 3 with their 3 sockets. And of the other side of the court gate were hangings also of 15 cubits long, and their pillars 3 with 3 sockets. Now all the hangings of the court round about were of twined bis, and the sockets of the pillars were brass. But the knops and the hoops of the pillars were silver, and the heads were overlaid with silver, and all the pillars of the court were hooped about with silver. And the hanging of the gate of the court was needlework, of jacinth, scarlet, purpley, and twined bis 20 cubits long and 5 in the breadth, according to the hangings of the court. And the pillars were 4 with 4 sockets of brass, and the knops of silver, and the heads overlaid with silver and hooped about with silver. And all the pins of the tabernacle and of the court round about were brass. This is the sum of the habitation of witness, which was counted at the commandment of Moses, and was the office of the Levites by the hand of Ithamar son to Aaron the priest. And Bezaleel son of Uri son to Hur of the tribe of Judah made all that the Lord commanded Moses, and with him Ahaliab son of Ahisamach of the tribe of Dan, a cunning graver and a worker of needlework in jacinth, scarlet, purple, and bis. All the gold that was occupied upon all the work of the holy place, which was the gold of the wave offering, was 2,900 weight and 730 sickles, according to the holy cycle. And the sum of silver that came of the multitude was 500 weight and 1,775 sickles of the holy cycle. Every man offering half a cycle after the weight of the holy cycle among them that went to be numbered from 20-year-old and above, among 600,000 and 3,550 men. And the 500 weight of silver went to the casting of the sockets of the sanctuary and the sockets of the veil, 100 sockets of the 500 weight, 100 weight to every socket, and the 1,775 sickles made knops to the pillars and overlaid the heads and hooped them. And the brass of the wave offering was 700 weight and 2,400 sickles. And therewith he made the sockets to the door of the tabernacle of witness, and the brazen altar, and the brazen gridiron that longeth thereto, and all the vessels of the altar, and the sockets of the court round about, and the sockets of the court gate, and all the pins of the habitation, and all the pins of the court round about. And of the jacinth, scarlet, purple, and twined bis, they made the vestments of ministration to do service in that holy place, and made the holy garments that pertained to Aaron, as the Lord commanded Moses. And they made the ephod of gold, jacinth, scarlet, purple, and twined bis. And they did beat the gold into thin plates, and cut it into wires, to work it in the jacinth, scarlet, purple, and the bis with broidered work. And they made the sides come together, and closed them up by the two edges. And the broidering of the girdle that was upon it was of the same stuff, and after the same work of gold, jacinth, scarlet, purple, and twined bis, as the Lord commanded Moses. And they wrought onyx stones closed in ouches of gold, and graved as signets are graven with the names of the children of Israel, and put them on the shoulders of the ephod, that they should be a remembrance of the children of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses. And they made the breastlap of cunning work, after the work of the ephod, even of gold, jacinth, scarlet, purple, and twined bis. And they made it 4 and double, and hand-breadth long, and an hand-breadth broad. And they filled it with 4 rows of stones. The first row, sardius, a topaz, and smaragdus. The second row, a ruby, a sapphire, and a diamond. The third row, ligurius, an acat, and an amethyst. The fourth row, a turquoise, an onyx, and a jasper, closed in ouches of gold in their enclosures. And the 12 stones were graven as signets with the names of the children of Israel, every stone with his name according to the 12 tribes. And they made upon the breastlap 2 fastening chains of wreathen work and pure gold. And they made 2 hooks of gold and 2 gold rings, and put the 2 rings upon the 2 corners of the breastlap. And they put the 2 chains of gold in the 2 rings, in the corners of the breastlap. And the 2 ends of the 2 chains they fastened in the 2 hooks, and put them on the shoulders of the ephod upon the forefront of it. And they made 2 other rings of gold, and put them on the 2 other corners of the breastlap, along upon the edge of it, toward the inside of the ephod that is over against it. And they made yet 2 other gold rings, and put them on the 2 sides of the ephod, beneath on the foreside of it, even where the sides go together above upon the broidering of the ephod. And they strained the breastlap by his rings unto the rings of the ephod, with laces of jacinth, that it might lie fast upon the broidering of the ephod, and should not be loused from of the ephod, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he made the tunicle unto the ephod of woven work, and altogether of jacinth, and the head of the tunicle was in the mid-dest of it as the collar of a partlet, with a band round about the collar that it should not rent. And they made beneath upon the hem of the tunicle pomegranates of jacinth, scarlet, purple, and twined bis. And they made little bells of pure gold, and put them among the pomegranates round about upon the edge of the tunicle, a bell and a pomegranate round about the hems of the tunicle to minister in, as the Lord commanded Moses. And they made coats of bis of woven work for Aaron and his sons, and a mitre of bis, and goodly bonnets of bis, and linen breeches of twined bis, and a girdle of twined bis, jacinth, scarlet, and purple, even of needlework, as the Lord commanded Moses. And they made the plate of the holy crown of fine gold, and wrote upon it with graven work, the holiness of the Lord, and tied it to a lace of jacinth to fasten it on high upon the mitre, as the Lord commanded Moses. Thus was all the work of the habitation of the tabernacle of witness finished. And the children of Israel did according to all that the Lord had commanded Moses. And they brought the habitation unto Moses, the tent and all his apparel thereof, the buttons, boards, bars, pillars, and sockets, and the covering of ram's skins red, and the covering of taxus's skins, and the hanging veil, and the ark of witness with the staves thereof, and the mercy seat, the tabli and all the ordinance thereof, and the shewbread, and the pure candlestick, and the lamps prepared thereunto with all the vessels thereof, and the oil for lights, and the golden altar, and the anointing oil, and the sweet scents, and the hanging of the tabernacle door, and the brazen altar, and the gridiron of brass longing thereunto with his bars, and all his vessels, and the laver with his foot, and the hangings of the court with his pillars and sockets, and the hanging to the court gate, his boards and pins, and all the ordinance that serveth to the habitation of the tabernacle of witness, and the ministering vestments to serve in the holy place, and the holy vestments of Aaron the priest and his sons' raiments to minister in, according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. Even so the children of Israel made all the work. And Moses beheld all the work. And see, they had done it even as the Lord commanded. And then Moses blessed them. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, In the first day of the first month shalt thou set up the habitation of the tabernacle of witness, and put therein the ark of witness, and cover the ark with the veil, and bring in the table and apparel it, and bring in the candlestick, and put on his lamps, and set the cense altar of gold before the ark of witness, and put the hanging of the door unto the habitation, and set the burnt offering altar before the door of the tabernacle of witness, and other, and set the laver between the tabernacle of witness and the altar, and put water therein, and make the court round about, and set up the hanging of the court gate, and take the anointing oil, and anoint the habitation and all that is therein, and hallow it and all that belong thereto, that it may be holy, and anoint the altar of the burnt offerings and all his vessels, and sanctify the altar that it may be most holy, and anoint also the laver and his foot, and sanctify it. Then bring Aaron and his sons unto the door of the tabernacle of witness, and wash them with water, and put upon Aaron the holy vestments, and anoint him and sanctify him, that he may minister unto me, that their anointing may be an everlasting priesthood unto them throughout their generations. And Moses did according to all that the Lord commanded him. Thus was the tabernacle reared up the first month in the second year. And Moses reared up the tabernacle, and fastened his sockets, and set up the boards, and put in their bars, and reared up the pillars, and spread abroad the tent over the habitation, and put the covering of the tent on high above it, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he took and put the testimony in the ark, and set the staves to the ark, and put the mercy seat on high upon the ark, and brought the ark into the habitation, and hanged up the veil, and covered the ark of witness, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he put the table in the tabernacle of witness in the north side of the habitation without the veil, and set the bread in order before the Lord, even as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he put the candlestick in the tabernacle of witness over against the table in the south side of the habitation, and set up the lamps before the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he put the golden altar in the tabernacle of witness before the veil, and brent sweet scents thereon, as the Lord commanded Moses, and set up the hanging in the door of the habitation, and set the burnt of faring altar before the door of the tabernacle of witness, and of fared burnt offerings and meat offerings thereon, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he set the laver between the tabernacle of witness and the altar, and poured water therein to wash withal. And both Moses, Aaron, and his sons washed their hands and their feet thereat, both when they went into the other and high, other and high, tabernacle of witness, or when they went to the altar, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he reared up the court round about the habitation and the altar, and set up the hanging of the court gate. And so Moses finished the work. And the cloud covered the tabernacle of witness, and the glory of the Lord filled the habitation, so that Moses could not enter into the tabernacle of witness, because the cloud abode therein, and the glory of the Lord filled the habitation. When the cloud was taken up from off the habitation, the children of Israel took their journeys as oft as they journeyed. And if the cloud departed not, they journeyed not till it departed. For the cloud of the Lord was upon the habitation by day, and fire by night, in the sight of all the house of Israel in all their journeys. End of second yoke of Moses.